Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are you guys doing tonight? I hope you are well. I hope this evening finds you fair. We I have been on like every show ever tonight. Someone said no intro. I played the intro. I've been like on every show ever, not tonight, this week. This week I just got done a little bit ago over on Chrissy Mayer's show. We had a fun time, a nice chat, hanging out and just making some jokes, talking about some news, talking about Roe versus Wade, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and a certain hollering rage pig, because people ask me about it. But that being said, earlier today, and this is what we're going to talk about a little bit tonight, maybe a lot of bit, I don't know. Let's kind of figure out how we want to approach this. I've been trying to noodle my way through how to approach the lunacy of what I was exposed to earlier today. But I took place in an internet debate. And you guys know my position on internet debates. I think they are a waste of time. I think that they're not proper avenues of discussion. I don't really like them. I prefer to have discussions, not debates. I prefer to exchange ideas rather than try and convince somebody of something. I don't know that that's, through like this format. But I was invited on, and you couldn't say no to the opportunity, right? To go on Destiny's show and have a debate with some people. The debate itself, for whatever it ended up being, was about the repealing of Roe versus Wade. And we had some other attorneys, allegedly, apparently, I don't know. One of them at least has passed the bar, but he's not quite licensed yet, which, by the way, let's be very clear before anybody accuses me of misrepresenting or belittling Mr. Pisco, who is one of the debaters, who is he has allegedly passed the bar, but he is not a licensed attorney just yet. You are at your peak of general legal knowledge right when you pass the bar. All this shit is fresh in your mind. And he was very, very on point with a bunch of the cases he was referencing and talking about. So much credit to him for being at that stage. And I wish him very, very well in his legal career, whatever it amounts to. But I have one minor caution for Mr. Pisco. At one point in the debate, he said, "You haven't convinced me." And I'm glad that he said that. I am very, very happy that he gave me this opportunity to express to him that as you move out into the world, you'll find that no matter how brilliant your legal argument may be, the other attorney in the room will never be convinced by it. So you need to quickly learn who the audience for your debate as a lawyer is, because it is not the other attorney. That is not your goal. They are paid to disagree with you on the issue. And so you need to go ahead and be more concerned about the people listening to your argument, a judge, a jury. Those are the people who you need to be concerned about, not the other attorney in the room. But with that, We what I was not able to do, I was not able to stay through the entire discussion. My kids had the last day of their church activities today, and so, it was parents' night and awards night, so I'm a I'm a parent, right? So my kids had the parents' night, so we went to that, and I had to duck out of the conversation a little bit early. Now, I didn't get to see what happened after I left, but I did see very briefly the chat reacting to what happened after I left. And so I thought it might be fun to look at what happened once I left the room, that moment, to see what transpired right after I was gone. Because I think some of you got some who were watching got to have a little like a fun experience of seeing this thing, whereas I did not. And so I want to check what happened because I have some ideas. And then we might go to some spots in the argument and just see some of the discussion points. Some of the things that were said in this debate legitimately blew my mind. Legitimately blew my fucking skull wide open. I and it shouldn't anymore. I've been on the internet long enough and I've dealt with other lawyers and other law students long enough to know that there is no there is no bound to the silliness of a proposition. But some of it was ooh, it was trying my refined and grizzled sensibilities. So, uh, so it was fun. I hope everybody watching the debate, either if it was people from my audience doing it or other people, I hope they had some entertaining times. And I know I was not the favorite in that argument in general. I know there were plenty of people who did not agree with me at all. Now, plenty of people can be incorrect on an issue, and that is fine. But I know who won the debate. I did, of course, because I had a fun time ruining three different lawyers' minds at the exact same moment. And you guys know what moment I'm talking about. I absolutely destroyed their brains by mentioning the very like just the question of could we overturn Marbury versus Madison. They had no fucking idea what to do with that. And the best part is I'm looking at one, two faces, and then a third avatar and realizing that not only do they not know what to do with that, they never even have considered it as a possibility. Never have even thought about the fact that the foundational case for judicial review might in and of itself be incorrect. It was it was magic. It was magic to me. Because lawyers hate when you talk about overturning my what will we do? What will we do? Who cares what we would do? We would enjoy some fucking chaos. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. But look, it was not a 3 versus 1 debate, but it was a 2.5 versus 1 debate. I was the one. And two of the lawyers were firmly against me. And the one who was half on my side was very oddly positioned on my side. He was arguing that Roe was the more correct decision than Casey because the quickening has more ground in the common law than fetal viability. Which I mean, I guess that's what you got. Although I do believe the quickening may have also been related to fetal viability, but it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Um, but yes, I mean, we learned such interesting thoughts as that fetuses are not life. That was strange to me. Or I guess they might have conceded it in some way that it might be life, but it's definitely not a person. It's not a human. Fetuses have no rights. There are no rights vested in a fetus. It's only a potential right, which is not true. They clearly are not familiar with property law. And I love, oh fuck, I love the communist. I don't know if he's a communist, but he kind of looked like a communist. I love him suggesting that well, we need to look at something other than property rights, because property rights are like this little thing, as if property rights aren't everything, right? As if your body and your bodily autonomy isn't a property right, but it is, though. And that's something that was missed, and it was a missed opportunity for me to really rebut that and say that, all of these rights are property rights. The fact that these are attached to real property versus how you handle and manage your own personal body. I mean, bodily rights are property rights. Property rights are the foundation of the American legal system. Everything basically can be boiled down into a property right. But we don't want to talk about property rights because it's a very inconvenient fact to deal with property rights when we talk about fetuses. And the reason why, I said this in the debate, but let me clarify it now for anybody who's probably confused if you weren't watching. Um, since about the 1400s, when England, the English common law, was developing the right of succession of property, right? Like the right to pass property down to your wife, children, etc. Fetuses have had a right to the property of their dead parents. In particular, male fetuses to their dead fathers. So, if you don't know how this used to work, a king owned the kingdom. And then the king would assign a plot of land or a property to a person to take possession of and make use of that property. And then, of course, the more important you were, the bigger and more important the property was. So the king would own all of the kingdom, but they may put, a duke or something up in some sort of place. When that person died, originally the property interests that existed all reverted back to the king, because the king owned the property. And so if a man who is granted a right of some sort of life estate or whatever in a property passed away, his wife and kids did not actually receive the right to inherit and occupy that property. The king would then be able to grant access to someone different under whatever terms the king wanted, because monarchs had absolute authority. This started to change in about the 1400s when they're like, wait, we're leaving like a lot of orphans and widows out in the dark here. Families are being forced to take them in. Maybe the property right should be passed down, because it makes it more ordered and simple that one same family will carry on in this particular place. Like they can have some permanence, and they can exist and keep going through the land. Like that will be a thing. Maybe we should do that. And so that's where this came from. And when that happened, it wasn't too terribly long after that they decided that an unborn heir would have the property right of the deceased parent, particularly the father, so that when he died, his property would pass to his, again, particularly male heir, and that was a realized right, and that fetus, upon being born, would take possession, only because it's impossible for a fetus to take possession pre-birth. And they didn't really like fetal on like again, this such a human gestation and gestational understanding amongst the populace was not at its strongest in the 1400s. So, like, this was a thing, but the moment that pregnancy was recognized, the rights were respected at that point. And so if you could show that you were pregnant at the time of the death of the person, those rights transferred, as of course they should. And logically, you would be pregnant at the time of the death. Otherwise, you would have to become pregnant later. And when the baby came out, like a different color or something, that'd be confusing. But this is old. This is old law. It's some of the oldest common law that we have, and it understands that a fetal life has rights. And this concept was hand waved away by the panel so many times because they're like, well, fetuses aren't persons, so therefore they don't have rights. It's like, well, but they do. They have. And just because Roe and Casey didn't address the right of the fetus does not mean that that right doesn't exist and hasn't been a protectable interest for a very long time. But anyway, it was a good panel, a good discussion. I think I had a good time. I see Kurt there in the chat. I would love to hear Kurt's take on some of the arguments that came up. So I don't know if he had a chance to watch the debate, but I'll talk to him about it sometime. Maybe we could talk more about it. I would have much rather had Kurt there, even if he was opposed to me, because I feel like I could have learned something from him. Whereas on the panel today, I don't feel like I learned much of anything. So that being said, if I get to choose my smart person, I'll pick Kurt over any of the other panelists today. But with that, let's hit the early super chats, and then we'll watch what happened afterwards, and then maybe we'll watch the introductions because I really tried to set the stage. I really tried to set the stage for the debate early to make it as unboring as possible, and I might have failed. But yeah. Did Kurt lose at drinking against you? Yes. Kurt lost at our drinking contest. Every single time I've ever been in a drinking competition with Kurt, he has lost and I have prevailed. That being said, I did go to the doctor today. I did go to the doctor today. I had my 40-year physical, and I can always tell when the delay hits. I had my 40-year-old physical exam, and I am proud to report that my liver is functioning perfectly healthily. So with that, let's fix it. I always wonder when I'm going to go in there and the doctor's going to be like, "We looked for your liver and all we found was a leather shoe." So I'm not sure what's going on there. But I also did not have to do a colonoscopy or a prostate exam this year. I think that's 50 that I have to do. I did not have to do the finger in the butt today. But it is weird. So my doctor's super nice, our family doctor. She's great. She's wonderful. But I do always feel very awkward with the whole like hernia exam, right? Like, and she asks, she's like, "Are you okay if we do the hernia exam?" I'm like, "That's the one where you have to touch my balls." She's like, "Yep." And so that one's always, it's a little weird. But I also feel weird saying like I would rather have a man touch my balls. So I don't know where to go with this thing. It's like, can I bring my wife in and she can touch my balls while I cough? I don't know what is the better thing to do here. Like, I'm not sure what is the best approach? Look out. Oh man. I'm not sure what the proper avenue is. Man is the right choice. It always just is. Like, I feel like it might be, because I do feel weird. Like our female family doctor has like seen my penis, and it's awkward. I know she doesn't care, right? Like she's probably had to see plenty of them in her practice as a doctor, but it's weird to me. It's weird to me. There was not a, you know what? I do got to say, I got a Me Too case on this. Right. This clinic is going down. If they ever try and improperly bill me, I'm going to ruin them because there was not another male present in the room to protect my safety and dignity as I was getting my balls touched. So I think, because, like, just think about that. If the roles were reversed, right? I have accompanied my wife to several different OB appointments, right? As she's been pregnant several times. And uh, the gynecologist or the OBGYN always has another assistant in the room to do an examination of a female. But there wasn't an assistant in the room to examine me. So I don't know what's going on there. I think we got a Me Too coming up. Hashtag him too. Hashtag him too. The answer is to have both the male and female doctor touch your bits at the same time. That'd be good. Actually, can we just bring in the whole office? Can we just get all the staff in here? I need everybody's hand on my balls while I cough. That's what I need. Like everybody use pinkies to maximize space and just get a little nut tap in there, please. And then I will cough. This way there can be no discrimination or mistakes. I need everybody in here to do this. So all hands on dick while making eye contact. We're going to do this hernia thing one at a time. I'm going to look you in the eyes one by one. Touch them. Touch them. Oh, shit. Whew. The hernia thing's weird. So I don't know. Ladies may not know how this works. I barely know how it works, but apparently, like if you have a nut hernia, and you when you cough, this thing will like pulse, like it'll pop like a drum kick, right? Like a and I can't imagine, like, that'd be fucking weird, wouldn't it? Like, because that's why they're always like, here, let me do that while you cough. It's supposed to like protrude in some way. It's fucking, because you're always like, why is this person touching my nutsack while I'm coughing? This doesn't make sense. But there's an actual like physiological response to that cough when you have a hernia. I had to look it up because I was like, why do I allow someone to touch my balls while I'm at the doctor's office? Like, why do we do that? I'm not quite sure. I don't understand. Why is this not me being molested? What is the medical reasoning? And there is one. There is one. So I just had to point that out. Who figured out the ball touching hernia check? Can you imagine? The doctor runs in. He's like, guys. He runs into the doctor board meeting, whatever. He's like, no. I figured it out. I know how we can test for hernias. You see, if you're holding the balls in your hands while they cough, then actually it like thumps really hard, like a bass kick or whatever. And they Jerry, what the fuck, brother? Like, he's like, no, it's not weird. I mean, it's not weird though. And then, of course, the next guy goes into his appointment. He's like, well, let's try this thing. He grabs the ball. He's like, look, I'm going to need you to cough. Whoa, it is there. I thought Jerry was just being weird, but no, that's actually true. And the patient's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Can you imagine? Oh man. That first like couple encounters where the ball grabbing cough thing happened had to be weird. How did you figure it out? Look, it was in Vegas and there were lots of drinks involved. Let's not dwell on it. Let's not dwell on it, okay? Uh, let's see. Okay, let me get these early super chats and then we'll get into this show. See the Viva Fry clip yesterday when he looked at discussion of people working on the Wikipedia page about him. Crazy how blind writers were to their own bias. Curious about your page. I don't have a Wikipedia page. Like, believe it or not, there is no Wikipedia page for Nikki the Nose. Oh wait, no, I'm not drinking that. I'm not drinking that until we get permission. Stegus and Alex Jones voice. The globalists don't want you to know this, but you can remove the water pressure limiter from your shower head in about 5 minutes. I've got about 800 gallons per minute running through my shower head. And it is invigorating. That is life. That is it. We will not tolerate these lizard people and these goblins and these demons and these vampires, these social vampires coming out and taking our water. Tony Goza, please toast to my wife and I's 25th wedding anniversary. We have had ups and downs, but always live each other. I think they mean love each other. I was in the Spicer Wiki page briefly, but it did get taken down. I was listed as the Grand Inquisitor of Spicer, Minnesota. I was mentioned on Vic's page. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it takes for me to get a wiki. Like, I don't know who I have to piss off to get one, but it's going to happen at some point. Okay, Tony, to your wife and your 25th wedding anniversary, something to be celebrated, something to be aspired to and admired by everybody out there. May your enduring and endearing love story be written on the hearts and minds of those around you. May the pages of it turn and spill out wonderful characters in the course of children, of friends, of coworkers, of employees, and most importantly, of admirers. Cheers. Gnome John, I watched 20 minutes of this stupid debate, and Thick Brows pissed me off at every turn. When he basically argued that forced pregnancy and anti-abortion were the same, I tuned out. Oh, you tuned out early, brother. You tuned out really, really early. That was early on. Yes, the Seaman Squad's coming for you. The right-wing Seaman Squad. It's coming for you. We're coming for that uterus. Pregnant is coming. G host, what are 5 issues you'd like a Republican led Congress to take on? Voter ID, constitutional carry, etc. First of all, I got you on civil. I got you. We'll do that. First of all, I think constitutional carry is huge. I would like to see mandated reciprocity or constitutional carry come out of the Congress. As far as like, I would prefer to see restrictions on law-abiding gun owners removed entirely. But I don't know that Congress is the one to do that. I mean, if they want to repeal the NFA, great. But I think we're going to need judicial intervention to get that to happen, unfortunately, or a constitutional amendment. But for now, mandated reciprocity or constitutional carry would be fantastic. The other issues I would like a Republican-led Congress to tackle. I do think voter ID is highly important. I think the integrity of the election process is one that is is a paramount concern to the American people. I think we're one of the only Western democracies that doesn't have a voter ID requirement, and it's only in America that it's racist to tell Black people to get an ID, which is silly, um, because I don't know that Black people are particularly incapable of getting one. So with that said, voter ID, I think would be another one. Shoring up the southern border. I mean, actually building the wall maybe would be useful. Again, I don't think the wall solves all of the problems, but man, it solves a lot of them. Just because it's really hard to get over a fucking wall or to go under it. And when you're see the thing is, it's like, well, they'll tunnel under the wall. Well, of course they will. Of course people will tunnel under the wall, but that limits the amount of egress points from the other country. And that's what the wall's purpose is. It might even be prudent to just leave some gaps in the wall in general and bottleneck the entry. Because if you bottleneck it, then you can police it easier. But I think some substantive wall would be useful. I think I'm probably just gonna do one more. I was just thinking of it. Shit, and then I lost it. Um, uh, damn, I had something. It's gonna come back to me, and I'll get it. But those are some of the main issues I think we need to deal with. I would well one that I would okay no there are two that we really need, and if Republicans aren't willing to tackle this, Republicans will start losing elections entirely very soon, and due to nothing else. Oh, I remember legal removing marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act entirely. It should not be on there. Marijuana should be gone from the Controlled Substances Act at the federal level. That needs to happen. And Republicans who don't realize that they need to do that to start winning elections are silly. That is going to be part of it. So remove weed from Controlled Substances Act. But the two that are most critical, we need to treat we need to treat social media platforms of a certain size in the same way we would treat a common carrier or a telegram service, where they are so basically we need to put a hitch on the 230 protection. You are protected from these things. However, we expect that because of that, you will not have any sort of restrictions on what is being said unless you have actual knowledge of criminal acts. In the same way that a telegram company was able to do that, right? Like they couldn't knowingly communicate a threat to another person, but outside of that, they could pretty much do whatever send whatever was being sent. That is, I think, a path forward on dealing with the social media thing, so that the bannings are not going to be able to be politically biased, but they will be genuinely based on unlawful speech. And then the second thing that they need to do is they need to somehow guarantee access to the currency system for the exchange of money. The fact that we are moving to digital based currencies, and I do not mean crypto, I mean your US dollars going through debit and online and ACH transactions entirely. We need to stop removing people from the banking system in general. Now, there can be, of course, very specific financial related restrictions. People who defraud banks, people who abuse some sort of lending policy or whatever, those types of things, sure, they are rationally related to the access to the monetary system. And if those are exploited, then you can punish people through that. But there cannot be a politically based reason or speech based or anything other than financial abuse based reason for removing someone's access to currency. And if Republicans do not know this, if they do not understand this, they will lose, because soon they'll be the ones being removed. Their campaigns will be the ones being removed. And what do you do If you can't transact business, you can have $1 trillion in the bank. But if you can't transact, if you cannot exchange that money with someone, then it's useless. And so that needs to happen. We need to have access to the monetary system, period. And Republicans need to tackle the issue. So, will they? Nope. All right, next. Michael Secchi. Secchi? Hey, Nick, thanks for the prayers last night. Please raise a glass for my wife, Mel, and our new beautiful baby girl. Both are safe and healthy. Cheers. Yeah, brother. I love hearing about that. New life makes me a joy. Makes me a joy. And I know it's making you about the proudest joy on the planet right now. So cheers, brother. Enjoy the shit out of that kid. Andrew Wahoo. Who's Ethan Ralph? Question mark. He's a fat, bald cuck who wears a crown, smokes cigars, and complains that his fans left him for other streamers. He's shorter and fatter. Ralph. The only difference is Ralph gets laid. Who's other Ralph? I don't understand that. Broken Compass Comics says, hey, Nick, please do a toast to my mother, Andrea, who passed suddenly last week. Throwing myself into my art. Magnificent Bastards just launched on Indiegogo. My comic is now in her memory. To Andrea, the mother of Broken Compass Comics, someone who has recently passed away. She has, of course, left the world and left the presence of her son, but she will live on in his memory. She will live on as his inspiration. And hopefully, he will channel her loss into a creative fuel to make something beautiful. Cheers, brother. RJ Spain 56, thank you for the donation. Andrew Wahoo, shorter and fatter Maddox, not Ralph. Sidebar, my phone interview went really well today, and we'll go on from here. I'm for sure celebrating at Masu the next time that I'm free. I require sushi. Awesome, brother. I hope it works out well. DJ Sarge in Trump voice. Can you toast my girlfriend who just graduated with her honors degree in psychology and got accepted into the master's program? Look, I know a little bit about psychology. I did a little bit. I know people. I don't need a head doctor. I am one. Honorary head doctor. And I know that psychology is an important thing for people. And I think this will be great. And the Masters program is wonderful. If you've ever watched the Masters on television, you know that it's beautiful. It's wonderful golfers. I hope your wife does a wonderful time at the golf tournament. That'll be great. Redhead Takes says, hey, Nick, just started a YouTube channel for sporting content and game reviews. Also, if you believe in no balls, you also probably believe that Australia is a real country. Next, McMad 13. Would a federal law legalizing or banning abortion be unconstitutional? If it's a question. If Roe gets overturned, state rights, Dems would need to pass an amendment to make abortion constitutional, like the 13th Amendment made slavery illegal. Here's the thing. This is the issue with Roe. Roe being overturned means that all abortions are legal until there is a law saying they are not legal. This was a very inconvenient fact for the debaters today, and they insisted that some states would have to pass a law making abortion legal specifically, which doesn't make any sense. But that was the insistence, that they would have to pass a law making abortion legal, which is not the case. It is legal. Everything is legal until it is put down in a statute otherwise. So the question, though, is could the federal government make abortion legal or illegal? That's a tough question. And it really is a tough question because, in my opinion, it should be state by state. But I think there's a strong Commerce Clause argument that abortion is within the purview of the federal government to regulate. That through the Commerce Clause, they could make a statute saying abortion is illegal. They could effectively regulate the abortion industry out of the market. I don't know that the federal government could make abortion legal across all states. I don't know how that argument would go, but I do think that making it illegal would pose an interesting question. And if that's the case, if the federal government has the power to make it illegal under the Commerce Clause, would that restrict the state's ability to make it illegal? I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out, by the way. Like, abortion is coming right back to the Supreme Court within a year. It's going to come right back. If Roe is overturned, all it's going to take is someone to challenge one of the new state laws and say that, make the same arguments that they made in Roe effectively. I mean, the same concept arguments that they made in Roe, but make them under different legal theories, and then see if they can get the court to agree that abortion is a constitutional right, that it is protected right. I'm not sure what arguments they'll come up with, but there's a bunch of sharp people out there, and I'm sure someone's going to make it. So then we'll see what happens to the court when they're presented with a different legal issue than, is Roe correct? Because is Roe correct is different than, is abortion an inherent right in the Constitution, or an implied right in the Constitution that needs protection. Those are two fundamentally different issues. And Roe being improperly decided doesn't mean that there isn't some sort of recognizable right to abortion. So that's coming. Like, it's going to get challenged right away. Automata, not sure how Pisco can say that vesting any level of rights would be an unworkable horror, and simultaneously say that the government couldn't cite to any of that to meet appropriate scrutiny for an age-based approach. He was lost. Again, this is what tends to happen with lawyers a lot, with debaters in any context. But their arguments are brilliant until they're met with an opposition. And specifically, like, I'm not tooting my own horn here as being specially equipped or anything like that, but like, all I had to say was no. and they're like, well, what do you mean no? What happened to my camera? Fucking camera. Hold on. Hold on. This happened to me on Chrissy's show too. We'll get this worked out in just a second. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. We're back. We're back. Vito Spatafiore asks, how many cases have I handled in a courtroom? Not being a wise ass, I just never heard you talk about it. The reason I don't talk about it is because I am not a wildly experienced trial lawyer. I say that I've never taken a case to trial. That, as I remembered the other night, is actually untrue. My first case went to a bench trial. But that being said, not a ton. I do not sell myself as a trial lawyer at all. That has not been my experience. Small town solo attorney, who was, on my own and trying to find anybody who could pay me for anything. And trial practice is not my main thing. I would usually, if we were going to go to trial on a complex issue, I would refer someone out. If they wanted negotiations and plea strategies, sure. If we had to done several hearings of various types across various types of law, yes, I've had to do witness examination, cross-examination, all of that shit, but usually in the context of pretrial hearings. So that's where I am. To answer your question, I will I will try, like, I don't have a number for you, but I will always try and be open with people, and I never want to misrepresent or sell myself as something I'm not. Because it's too easy to find out the opposite, right? Like, you could just go look. You can look at my caseload, but most of my work was not within a courtroom. Thank God, because I do not like being in it. Um, okay, where was I? Here we go. Here we go. We're about here. Chris Benoit, a toast not to my wife and kid, who I love so much, but to all the others who derail a fun stream with toast requests that ruin everyone's mood. Attention seekers, all of you, now to hit the weights and hug my son. To all the people out there ruining the mood of streams with very sad toast requests. This one is for you. May you all be toasted to infinity. Cheers. Blackguard 4. If perjury is a crime and people swear an oath under threat of it, why is it that in especially high profile cases never enforced? Is it an empty threat? And do people in the seat see it as such since it's rarely enforced? Yes, it is an empty threat. And yes, it is rarely enforced, and they see it as rarely enforced. Perjury is one, it's very difficult to prove perjury, especially on the witness stand, because the people who would have knowledge of the perjury, specific of the intent to lie. This is criminal perjury. Remember that criminal perjury requires a criminal intent. It is not simply telling the wrong facts or misstating the truth. It is an intentional lie for the purposes of misleading. The people who would know that lie is intentional, usually the information is protected by attorney-client privilege, right? It would be the lawyers and the client who would have knowledge of that, of their intention to misrepresent the truth for the purposes of benefit in a court case. So it becomes exceptionally difficult to prove out the criminal elements of it. Plus, the other really important reason is that the court is more concerned. Didn't get the Chris Benoit reference. I mean, I know Chris Benoit was a wrestler, but that's about it. Did he do something horrible? The court is really more concerned with having people come in and be willing to talk to the court. Like, because, yeah, they have the subpoena power, sort of, but the person could come in and not be cooperative with the court at all. They could just say, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't remember. Don't remember. Don't recall. He killed his family? Oh, shit. That's pretty bad. Like, that's at least on the scale. No, I didn't get the reference at all. Holy shit. They want, but they want people to come into the court and be willing to sit down and testify, even if they know that many of them are going to lie from time to time, because they got to get some facts in there, and they try and deal with lies that are caught, within the court system without doing a criminal perjury charge, but it's not perfect. Roid rage and he killed his family. Well, I hope his dick gets caught in a fucking industrial lathe. Dude Duck Sauce says, as of midnight, I start my 5th decade on this planet. May I have a toast, sir? Also, thanks for the wonderful recommendations of Yellow Spot and Joseph Magnus. Joseph Magnus is fucking great. Dude Duck Sauce, to 5 decades, to 50 years of life, to 50 years of experience of witnessing change, dramatic shifts in technology, culture, people, and understanding. May those 50 years bring you many moments of wisdom, mirth, and memory as you walk towards 50 more. Cheers, brother. Or sister. Callan Shaw Indie Games. I'm on a super chat recession. Got skipped by another tuber due to asking about the failed Pennsylvania Senate candidate. Then YouTube blocked me from paying your grift because I mentioned male contributions to pregnancy with respect to the quickening thing. Damn. Sorry, brother. I don't know about the failed Pennsylvania Senate candidate. I don't know anything about that, but I'm not sure why it's so dangerous. But yeah, well, men do literally contribute to pregnancy, right? They use a penis and they insert sperm into a female, which then creates the baby. Now, of course, that means that they don't get a choice in anything that happens afterwards. Unbreaded said, wife's out of town. I'm more lonely than Kunta Kinte at a Merle Haggard concert. Oh my God. Thanks for cheering me up. Toby, my name is Kunta Kinte. The squid. Facebook keeps giving me ads for a psychic promising to find my soulmate, but my money is better off here. And let's be honest, I'll have better chances of finding the one at a gentleman's club over paying a psychic. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? Like, paying a psychic is fantastic. Madeline, been following off and on since the lawsuit days. So happy to see you thriving after Rittenhouse and through the Depp trials. Thanks for all the laughs, and I'll see you on Locals soon. You grifting shyster lawyer. Join that Locals page. It's where he does all his evil docs. Yes, you can join me on ricadalaw.locals.com for exclusive content and access to my community. If you want to be part of that community, it is a special place with special people, and I love all of them very, very much. And I know I have missed some live chat Wednesdays. Ladies and gents, I will be making my reparations live chats as soon as I have a moment. I will do that. But I, of course, thank all of them for being patient with me and for the copious amounts of times they call each other retarded faggots in the Discord. Uncivil law. Please toast to my parents' 49th wedding anniversary. I love you, Mom and Dad. To the wedding anniversary of Uncivil Law's parents, two people who brought a true gem of a man into the world and whose love and commitment to each other have carried on longer than the life expectancy of humans for the majority of human history. Let us remember that their love, their marriage has gone on for more time than most people throughout the planet's entire past have been alive. And let us hope for many, many more years that they can share together on their journey through this weird, weird place. Cheers. One step too far. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Romo Drummer. We're almost to the debate here. Romo Drummer, hey, Nick, have you seen the video of Henry Rollins telling people to not have 5 kids or more to reduce the population? It's bizarre. The video is Henry Rollins speaking about subduing his stalker. Starts around 11 minutes and 40 seconds. No, I have not. And I've seen Henry Rollins, and he's a buff dude, but I'll punch him right in his pathetic, weak, flaccid cock if he wants to tell me how many fucking kids I can have. What is it, Henry CCP Rollins? Is this the China not too many children policy? Fuck you, Henry. Fuck everybody who says there should be a limit on how many kids I want. I don't care if I want 30, 40, 50 kids. If it's up to me to pay for them, fuck off. Matthew Vicari, can I get a toast to my dead AC? It's hot as balls in Louisiana. To Matthew Vicari's RIP'd air conditioner. Living in the swamp, the drudge swamp of Louisiana, understanding that humidity is the embodiment of hell on earth, that God has punished humanity with humidity, and knowing that musky, swampy ball feeling. Like after a long day of driving with leather seats and sunshine. May you find some respite and a cool house soon, brother. Renee Trujillo. Finally catching up on the trial, not sure if this got answered. The reason Amber's makeup changed is that she contoured and highlighted specifically to make herself look gaunt. Haven't had this much fun since the lawsuit. Yeah, she does that. She puts the highlights up here and she really darkens just under her cheekbones to make her face look slimmer and skeletal. Because actually, and this is the best part of that, Amber knows that her face went over the years and she's porked up a few, as one would expect. But all those cheek fills are running down, seeping down into her jowls. And pretty soon she'll look like John Kerry. I drove the boat in Vietnam. The engaged few. How about a law that allows illegals to be released in the country pending trial only after $50,000 bond per person has been posted to guarantee their appearance? Surely the rich California leftists will put their money up for that. That'd be interesting. See, Goody, I will. I'll check it. The Scriptic. Hey, Nick, do you ever debate actual human beings, or is it always the Muppet Show? I just watch while I cruise SCOTUS protests, looking for an easy bing bong with no consequences. Scriptic. Here's the deal. Most people who are not like weird, vapid, strange people don't want to debate. They want to have, like with me, they may want to debate other people. They don't want to debate me. They want to have a chat. They want to just talk about things, which is what I, of course, prefer. I like talking to people. I do not like yelling at each other on the internet. Like, it's so weird. It's such a weird thing. It's like, we're going to have an internet debate and settle this. Like, you're not settling shit. You're drawing battle lines, and then everybody's going to just scream, call each other Milo Yiannopoulos, and then walk away. And what did you do? What did you accomplish? Das Pooch, men should get the butt check for prostate at 40, not 50. Any urologist worth his salt will tell you that, even without a PSA over 0. Also, I got prostate cancer at 40, but I'm an outlier with family history and also okay now. Damn. I don't know. I feel like the sanctity of my sphincter is at question here, and I'm going to need the Supreme Court to weigh in. Mark Price, thank you for the donation. Scorch, just finished a degree in mining engineering. Highly recommend it to anyone who wants a guaranteed job and likes the boonies. Keep up the good work. You provided me a lot of entertainment while studying. Hey, congrats, brother. That's awesome. May you draw the Earth's minerals right out of it and exploit the living shit out of them for your own personal gain, because that's capitalism, baby. And guess what? There's another mineral behind that one. My keyboard wrote this. Thanks for the donation. Kyle Ferry. Ferry is in boat, not ferry as in, you know what I'm saying. NBC host. They could pass a constitutional amendment the next day giving constitutional right to an abortion, and I would still see overturning Roe versus Wade as a huge victory for the integrity of the Supreme Court. Yes, they could, and they should lobby for that if that's what they believe we need. Like, that is the prop. See, this is my problem with Marbury versus Madison. This is what and I know Kurt and I have disagreements over this, and that's fine. But what Marbury versus Madison did was, through judicial review, we have allowed the court to make law effectively make law. And what we have done in that is we've allowed Congress. This is more important than the court making law. Congress has abdicated its responsibility to clarify and institutionalize through amendment important societal issues. Roe versus Wade is treated as if it was a constitutional amendment because that is how it was viewed. Look at the response to overturning it. It's as if this is an institution that predated mankind and was enshrined in the document itself right next to speech, but it isn't and wasn't. But that's how it's treated. And when a court has the ability to make a constitutional amendment effectively, then we have some real problems. That should be done through the Congress by supermajorities and then ratified by 35 or whatever it is, 38, however many states. Like, that is the process for permanently amending the Constitution and removing an issue from the public. Marbury versus Madison allowed courts to effectively, through stare decisis, remove issues from the public. But these issues aren't removed from the public. And by the way, like the way they did Roe versus Wade, Congress couldn't simply write, because a lot of times the Supreme Court will make a ruling and then Congress can just pass a law. And Congress can pass a law basically overruling the Supreme Court. That's one of the checks and balances that they have. But when they deem something to be unconstitutional through judicial review, many times, in particular Roe versus Wade, there cannot be a congressional overriding of that ruling. And believe you me, if they could have, they probably would have at the time Roe was passed. Because popular sentiment was on the side of pro-life at the time that Roe went through. I think there were only 3 states that allowed, it's something like 3 states at all that allowed any type of abortion at the time Roe happened. The sentiment was far on the side of pro-life. So we're stuck with this thing where the court can, it's a super precedent. This is one of the mind-numbing parts of the debate today is like, do you value stare decisis at all? And I would say yes. And they're like, well, so what about a wrong decision? Should it be upheld? Well, no. If it's a wrong decision, it shouldn't be upheld at all. Like, that's a simple fucking answer to me. Do you guys understand that, right? Like, if the decision is not grounded in proper constitutional principles and is an incorrect decision, then it should be given no merit and it should be overturned. Their argument was that if you say that, then you do not value stare decisis at all, that everything is just a case-by-case basis. But everything is a case-by-case basis, and stare decisis having weight in that determination doesn't mean that we should keep bad law. Their argument was literally keep bad law because the decision was made. That's their fucking argument. And the nonsensical mind fuckery of we should keep unconstitutional decisions of the court as law because they made them is retarded. But that was the argument. That was the argument. Cynthia crossed 2 humans in one body, the founding fathers who owned slaves, rights, and your supposed libertarian nonsense. It's always fun when libertarians stop being libertarian with fetuses. It's cute. What? No, I'm not. I'm actually super libertarian with fetuses. That fetus has a right to live. I recognize the right of the fetus. In every other instance of killing, your right stops when it ends the life of someone else without their consent. Fetus didn't get consent. So again, this is another, like, look, Cynthia, I love you, but this is another brain dead talking point. You can't be libertarian and support pro-life. Yeah, you absolutely can, because you simply go ahead and say that a fetus is a person with rights that are vested in it. Most importantly, the right to life. Like, that is one of the most basic principles that I can even, and it blows my mind that this is a persistent talking point. Well, how dare you not respect the right of the mother? She gave up those rights. She allowed another life to exist. That other life's existence gives it rights by nature of its creation. So, yeah, I would say that is the ultra libertarian position personally, but you do you, fam. If you think that libertarians believe that one person should be able to end the life of another without their consent, then I guess that would hold on to it. But I don't know of many libertarians who think that. Libertarians tend to have a non-aggression principle, and shoving a vacuum cleaner and some scissors in to crush up a baby and suck it out is kind of, that kind of violates the non-aggression principle, I would think. But that's me. That's me. Zorindu says, my Japanese wife and I are planning on single-handedly fixing Japan's declining birth rate. Go get it, brother. Go get it. True Nana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care. Dude, someone asked me to spell your name the other day in a YouTube comment. I tried my best from memory. I hope I got it right. Audis aren't always forever. I had one. I had kids and gained weight. Oh, so wait, you're not a dude. Lady. Uh, I had kids and gained weight, was up to 140 and it became an innie, back down to 110. Tummy isn't flabby and it's still an innie. There's hope for Audis. There you go. If you got an Audi and you think it's weird, pump out some kids, get a little of that baby chub out there and then lose it, tighten up the tummy and keep the innie. That's how you got to cure it. That's how we fix those problems. Sid Alpha, hey, what's up, man? He says, as I said earlier for your chat, in my opinion, this isn't the Supreme Court making law. It is reversing bad precedent and allowing states to make their own law, which is as it should be, as the U.S. is a constitutional republic. I agree. I agree with that. I don't think this is reversing or is the Supreme Court making law. I think Roe versus Wade was the Supreme Court effectively passing a constitutional amendment. Okay, let's get this let's get this debate going. But what we're going to do is go right to the spot where I leave. See what happens right after. Okay? Hope you are ready for that. Real quick, Gunblade Knight says, how am I today? Did a tornado go through your area earlier? Saw it pass through Candido High. I think it might have. Nothing happened at my house. I was at the church. We were at the church with our kids, and I could see the lightning. We could hear the rain and the wind and the thunder through the church building. It was crazy town, but I don't know if a tornado came anywhere near my town of Spicer. I know there were tornadoes. There was a tornado around, but yet again, I didn't see it, which is just one more time that I didn't get to see the tornado. All right, here we go. Yep, I killed my fucking camera again. Something with Streamlabs is killing my camera. Just a second. Sharing screens on Streamlabs is killing my camera. Or StreamYard, I should say. I don't understand it. I'm not sure what is happening with it at all. It's a new issue. Let me see if this camera will work. Okay, I've got two cam links now. Whoops. Fuck. I probably screwed that up. Hold on. Yep, there it goes. Legitimately. So I had the camera fixed and then I accidentally stopped sharing the screen. Just a second. Hold on. I can fix this. It's something with when I share the screen. Oh, no. See, there it is again. It kills it. It kills it. Something going on with StreamYard now where it's killing my cam link. Ah, fucking hell. Okay, so we'll keep Guntcat up while I discuss this. Why use OBS? Because this is so convenient. StreamYard is convenient, or it was. We'll keep this up until we get rid of the screen share. Then we'll go back. Have you tried not having 32 porn? I have barely anything open. My computer rebooted from a power failure. I literally just have like this open. It happened on Chrissy Mayer's show too. When I tried to share my screen through StreamYard, it killed my cam link. I've got to install my cam link card rather than the USB sticks. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't fucking know. Really annoyed. Okay, here we go. So, okay, here we go. So this is me, obviously. This is Pisco. This is Lego something. I don't know what his real name is. This is a lawyer, I guess. This is Destiny. This guy's the guy who graduated law school and I believe passed the bar, but is going to be admitted into law school. And this guy is Jesse James, who is also a lawyer, but he's just really Perry the platypus. He's a Perry the platypus avatar. Okay. Which one is me? I'm this one. I'm the one who looks tired because this is the very end of the discussion. All right, here we go. So this is me leaving. Let's see what happens after. I'm not aware of what happens after this. I have it muted.
Institutionalizing of pro-choice positions. And so that's attacking the policy argument. This is better for society and democracy. I think it's totally legitimate to bring it up.
And I would suggest that the levels or the hoops that we have to go through to get to your outcome, you laid them out as if it were a simple thing. I don't think it's anywhere near that simple or that foregone.
Okay.
So, anyways, gentlemen, it's been a blast, but I do have to leave.
Good luck.
So
yeah, thank you, man.
It's a pleasure screaming at all of you.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Peace.
Bye.
Thanks.
God, what a insufferable fucking loser, right? Everybody scream at him now that he's gone.
Yeah,
that was interesting.
I think it represents.
Okay, real quick. I think Destiny's making a joke there, by the way.
It's like a radical position on something that not even the Alito court is willing to touch. And so, frankly, I think that.
Wait, for new viewers, I'm just kidding. It was super cool that Nick joined and chatted with us. Okay, I'm only trolling. Jesus.
A workable constitution.
The thing that I find most striking is the stare decisis piece, and people talk about that all the time. People say all the time,
He cut off Pisco there, right when he was saying, again, not even the Alito court is willing to go that far. Well, yeah, that's fine. That wasn't the question before the Alito court. The questions we were discussing on stream were not before the court in this decision. So that doesn't matter in any way as to whether or not the Alito court was willing to go there in this case. Would they go there in other cases? Yeah, but him saying that, okay, let's see what this other guy has to say about stare decisis.
I believe in stare decisis, but I think the only factor should be, is it right or wrong? And then I'm agreeing with what we were saying earlier. I don't see that stare decisis anymore. That it's like you're not. It's not.
I don't understand how people are this fucking dense and retarded. Like, I don't get it. Help me out, chat. I believe that stare decisis has value. The idea that there was a decision made by a prior court should be considered in the analysis of the current problem. But if the decision was fucking wrong, it should be overturned 100% of the time. Am I right? Like, is this that hard of a concept? Is this like, am I so fucking out there that I think that I can say, yeah, stare decisis has value because another court found this to be correct. But if we determine that court is wrong, it needs to be undone. But these three weirdos cannot wrap their mind around that concept. They're in an A-B position of you either accept stare decisis and therefore no decision can be overturned, or you say that stare decisis is of no value. But that is a ludicrous position that I never once espoused on the show. In fact, I clarified it in almost the exact same way earlier, that stare decisis is valuable as consideration, except if it's determined to be wrong, we should of course undo it, because if it's a wrong decision, it should be undone. Their argument is that, well, it's a wrong decision, but someone decided it, therefore it should remain. That doesn't make sense to me. Holy fucking hell. Dead Pie says, I apologize, did I miss the explanation? Stare decisis is basically precedent. A prior court has ruled in this way. A prior Supreme Court has ruled in this way. Therefore, that ruling is presumed to be correct. Right? So we got this helps the court eliminate a bunch of repeat cases. So we go, all right, if we say, for example, that abortion is an inherent right, and this is Roe versus Wade, abortion is an inherent implied right in the Constitution, and therefore restricting access to the abortion in an undue manner, an undue burden on the access to abortion is unconstitutional. Well, now the next case about abortion comes up. They go, okay, this is the ruling of the court. This is the implied right to abortion. And therefore, we're now asking if this is an undue burden or not. The difference comes when you're presented with a question that either challenges the facts of the original case, the facts or the logic or the science as we know it now, or the law as it has changed and morphed over the years. Do we then reanalyze the original case? And we've done this multiple times in the past. Look at Brown versus Board of Education, right? Brown versus Board is the ruling, the famous ruling that racial segregation in schools was improper. This is overturning the precedent, the stare decisis of Plessy versus Ferguson, which says that separate but equal is appropriate. Separate but equal is acceptable, is constitutional. Then you get to Brown versus Board, and they make a different education. They say, actually, it's separate but equal comes out to mean, as we have learned over time, separate and not equal. So they say, okay, well, then maybe the separate but equal thing wasn't right, because in reality, we don't get separate but equal. We get separate and unequal. Therefore, we now say that no, everybody has the same level of rights, because under the 14th Amendment, they're entitled to the same rights and protections, no matter their race, national origin, skin color, etc. So now we go, okay, this is more in line with the 14th Amendment than that was. We overturn the bad decision. Plessy versus Ferguson is bad law. It was wrongly decided. The court determined that. Did stare decisis matter to the court? Of course it did. It was a consideration the court had to go through to make the decision to overturn it. But it was overturned. And in the same way, we've got now them saying that Roe versus Wade was wrongly decided. It is not correct under constitutional analysis of the 14th, 9th, and 4th Amendments. This privacy right wasn't actually a recognized right. This is Alito's entire historical analysis, which, by the way, every one of these three cucklords all said that Alito's historical analysis was, quote unquote, completely wrong. Now, they didn't prove or provide any evidence as to why Alito's historical analysis was wrong when he goes through and cites all the places where abortion has been illegal throughout history, where damaging a fetus has been punishable by criminal punishment throughout history. Like, they didn't go through and actually take apart the arguments. They just said, it's wrong, though. It's wrong, though. It's wrong. Well, I'm sorry, but that doesn't pass any sort of muster. They said it was incorrect. They never provided a basis for why it was incorrect. And it's incorrect because it's inconvenient for their argument if Alito is correct, right? People said the same thing about DC versus Heller when Scalia did the historical analysis of the Second Amendment. And he's going through and he's saying, yeah, actually, as it turns out, the Second Amendment was recognizing an individual right to gun ownership. And we know that it's recognizing an individual right to gun ownership because we go to all these other amendments that use the same language and predate the Second Amendment, and they all respected an individual right to gun ownership. And therefore, we can infer that the original intent of the Second Amendment was an individual right, not a collective right, not a militia right, but rather an individual one. A whole bunch of people will say Scalia's wrong, though, but they can't point to a single law actually proving him otherwise. They can't point, and more importantly, they can't point to a plurality or a majority of laws proving Scalia incorrect. Same thing going here. Well, Alito's analysis is just wrong. Oh, okay. Where? But again, we're stuck, or I'm stuck on this idea that stare decisis for them means it can't be overturned. But we have numerous examples throughout history that stare decisis can be overturned and should be when it is determined to have been an incorrect ruling. They cannot fathom this as a reality.
It completely changes the concept of what the reason we have that doctrine.
It's I want to give. Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
I want to give some weapons to Destiny to fight the obnoxious comparisons in his chat to Plessy, and to.
In his chat, by the way, I brought up the comparison to Plessy.
To the suggestion that we think that overturning cases is always wrong. It's not always wrong. The question is,
you're literally saying it's always wrong, except this one time in Plessy where it's not. But let's see what his question is
apply the stare decisis factors and see whether or not the judgment in that case, one, was wrongly decided. I think we all agree that as a necessary condition to overruling the case, it has to be wrongly decided. We're not going to overturn correct decisions.
And then you got to figure out how bad it is too.
Yeah. And I think that matters too, how bad it was decided. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying, and I can give for chat, I can give you reasons that the stare decisis argument for Plessy is completely different. There was a campaign by Thurgood Marshall to actively destroy the precedent piece by piece. And it started at the Court of Appeals level with Murray versus Pearson, which was like his first case that he argued.
Well, if there's a campaign by a justice to destroy something piece by piece, then stare decisis doesn't matter. Listen to the reasoning here. It's insane. This is how you reverse justify your position.
Outside of law school, which was a Maryland law that said that the law school wouldn't admit black students. And the Court of Appeals ruled in favor of the black student and made segregation in terms of law schools in Maryland illegal, which then opened a path for a case.
By the way, segregation in law schools is illegal, but they stopped at the whole point where law schools can discriminate predominantly based on race. Like law schools have the ability to primarily discriminate based on race in their admissions policies. So it didn't go that far. It didn't go that far. As long as it's in favor of minorities, law schools can use race as a factor. And to the case on it, I can't remember the name of it, but I believe it's University of Michigan law school, or maybe it was University of Wisconsin. It's one of those two. But in that case, you got more points for being black than you would have gotten for curing cancer. Like, that's how ludicrously in favor of racial policy that case was. So here we are again. Like, he's like, oh, law schools couldn't segregate. Well, I mean, law schools can effectively segregate now because they could just go ahead and recruit all black campuses if they wanted to based on their point system.
It's called Missouri ex-rel Gaines versus Canada, which
notice what he's doing, by the way. Do you see what he's doing here? Look, where are his eyes? Where are his eyes? Somebody's reading notes.
The state, that was a Supreme Court case, which the state must provide legal training to every qualified person to satisfy equal protection. And that was one of the biggest deciding factors of Brown to overrule Plessy, was because there was these swath of cases underneath it that radically changed the concept of what separate but equal was, up to the point where in Brown,
none of these are Supreme Court cases.
They said that you cannot segregate schools at all. It is just
and interesting thing is what you're describing as well is exactly why Ginsburg said she didn't like Roe, because this like piecemeal type way of advocating in the court tends, at least in her opinion, it wouldn't engender as much like digging your heels in if you slowly built up to the right to abortion. But the Roe court did what it did, and now we're still dealing with it.
That's what they did, and that's what they did with the gay marriage case in Obergefell. First you had Bowers, which was overruled in Lawrence, and then you have Obergefell. I
mean, you also have Loving versus Virginia.
Oh, right. I'm just saying it could have been more progressive. But I don't mean progressive like you know what I mean, like in small.
Firefox says, didn't you read off notes, or do you look down when thinking? I do not use notes in internet debates. No, absolutely not. I did not use notes, did not Google. No. When I was looking down is because I wanted to kill myself. That's when every time you saw me like look down or roll my eyes or look off into the distance is because I wanted to be anywhere other than where I was. And where I wanted to be was on an X where a mortar from Kim Jong-un was going to land.
Bits at a time.
For the audience's sake, I do want to formally say what the factors are for stare decisis. So you guys know what you have to apply when you're given the question to distinguish Plessy and Lochner and all these other cases. Number one is workability. Is it possible to use this law to apply to facts? Is it like, are the courts...
The original rule is what we're talking about. Is the original rule workable?
Are you able to, or is it just totally unmoored and like you can't really apply it in any conceivable way? That's workability. Number two is what Lego just mentioned in distinguishing the Plessy case, legal developments that undermine the logic of that decision. I would point to one example for that is the vaccine case, Jacobson, where at that time it was kind of like a really low threshold of authorizing or accepting a vaccine mandate in that case. And I would hope
it wasn't a vaccine mandate in that case. Jacobson was a $5 fine to never get vaccinated. That was the result. Like again, like this is we're talking paling in comparison to someone losing their job.
Open nowadays that we see a higher burden on the government to have a vaccine mandate. I'm not saying they couldn't overcome that,
but we don't have a higher burden.
They couldn't eventually have a vaccine mandate by showing that a heightened scrutiny of an important interest that's substantially related to that goal. But I think that legal developments over time can affect the core essence of that holding, whether or not you should overturn it. Number three is factual development. Have the assumptions of our cases change in a significant way such that the ruling just doesn't seem fit anymore.
Have the assumptions of the cases of Roe versus Wade changed in any sort of way? I don't know. Let's see. 1968 versus 2022 in gestational technology and understanding. Man, I don't know if the facts have changed at all. Again, so what he's doing is he's reading off the stare decisis factors for overturning a precedental decision. He's reading them off right now. But listen to them. And the reason I talk the way I do is because I'm fucking normal, right? I'm just normal. And so I can summarize all of this as, was it wrongly decided then? Yes, of course it was. Okay, then let's get rid of it. That's the simple answer here. But do we have a different gestational understanding than we did in 1968? Of course we do. Like, that is so blatantly obvious that it's embarrassing to think otherwise. Or I guess actually Roe was 1972 when it was resolved. I think it was 68 when the actual pregnancy occurred. But of course we understand things differently now. And to think this isn't different, that we don't have a different factual understanding is nonsense. But this is where we are.
In Plessy, all the assumptions about separate but equal being a plausibly equal or plausibly workable had just been totally undermined by decades of Jim Crow. I'm missing one. Am I missing one, or is that all?
Reliance,
reliance,
like the big one.
Right? Yeah, that's a big one. Has this decision engendered a reliance interest in the citizens of the United States, or in discrete groups of people? And if you apply those factors to Roe, I think it's a very, very clear application. There's been no inconsistent precedent with respect to the core holdings of Roe, no legal or developments.
Casey is inconsistent precedent with the core holdings of Roe. They undermine one of the fucking core holdings was the trimester. And Casey says, no, fetal viability is better. Trimester bad. Like, this is nonsense. It's
well, I already said that. At least with respect to the outright restriction on abortion, there's been nothing that overturns that. You can talk about.
Oh, well, they didn't overturn Roe, so Roe hasn't been overturned. Yes, thank you for the tautology. Fucking.
Just one second. Yeah. I want to make clear for the chat as well. The way that the court actually deals with these issues is they're only dealing with the case before them. So that this court actually did not need to figure out what is the full scope of the abortion right, all they had to say is a 15-week abortion ban constitutional?
Oh,
They
here we
did
go.
not need to do everything that
Undue
they're doing
burden.
here.
They didn't need to do this. These motherfucking bitches support Marbury versus Madison. I want, like, again, the court is only dealing with the case before it. Marbury versus Madison. The question in Marbury versus Madison was whether guys who had been appointed to positions under a president but had not been there delivered their letters of mark or whatever it is that would actually grant them the position. If they had a right to sue to force the person who would write the letter to give them the letter when a new president came into office. That's the question in Marbury versus Madison. And what the court comes to the conclusion of is we have the power to determine what the law is, and we have the power of judicial review. These guys have no fucking consistency, not a like, it's insane to have them say, like, well, this is just the case before the court, and they didn't have to do this. They didn't have to, but the Supreme Court often goes beyond the case in front of it. And in this case, is a 15-week abortion ban legal? That's all they had to determine. But in doing so, they determined that abortion is not a constitutionally protected right. That's not beyond the scope of the case. The question is, well, is a 15-week abortion ban legal? Yeah, in fact, all abortion bans are legal because abortion is not a protected right, period. That's the answer that the court gave. This isn't beyond the scope of the case. But if you're going to argue that there's a limiting scope of the cases and then also support Marbury, you are a lunatic.
Well, is a 15-week abortion ban an undue burden? So what they could have done is said the undue burden as applied in Casey is not quite right. It should be a little bit more like this, and at 15 weeks, a ban is allowed. But we're not going to go whole hog and say abortion restrictions the entire pregnancy 100% allowed. That's what Alito does in this opinion, and that's where I think he goes the most off the rails.
Why is that off the rails? Yeah, actually, again, in reviewing whether or not this is an undue burden, we find no burden because we find no right. That is right in line with the constitutional question presented to the court. And that they cannot get there, that these guys cannot get there, should tell you everything you need to know about the honesty of their position. Their position is not rooted in legal reasoning. It's rooted in my team has this ruling. Therefore, this ruling should exist. And I legitimately will posit to you that that is their conclusion. It should exist because it does. It is circular. It is nonsensical, but that is the answer. And when I pointed out that that was the argument for Roe, was that Roe should exist because Roe should exist, the answer I got was basically, well, yeah. Stare decisis. Stare decisis.
And that's where I think if you want to attack his principles, that's where you do it. Because he did not need to decide moment of conception forward. That's not what was before the court. The only thing they had to decide was 15-week abortion ban, yes or no, and then give a rationale.
Yeah.
But sorry, I thought that was worth jumping in just because they go way off the rails on that.
It's not worth jumping in. It's not off the rails. These people are blinded by their position and their bias. It's crazy. And it's evident in their argument.
And I think that hurts the stare decisis piece, is that, like, just because Roe was wrong as applied to a 15-week abortion ban does not mean that they had to throw out everything Roe said.
Unless they found that Roe was wrong because there is no right to an abortion under the Constitution. If they find that in questioning the 15-week abortion ban, then this decision is correct.
Yeah, they didn't have to do that. And these.
Well, maybe they won't.
Listen to the cope. listen to the fucking cope coming off of them.
Well, okay. Well, I think that they will.
Yeah,
I think that they
definitely
will.
Cynthia, I'm going to address this one right away. Cynthia says, you have 3 daughters. Go for it, Nick. Get back to me. Yes. And I will teach every single one of them that abortion is horrific, is monstrous, is barbaric, and is disgusting. I will teach every single one of them to value the life that is growing inside of them, no matter the circumstances. And dear fucking Christ, if you think I would teach anything other than that, then you are insane. And I cannot understand how you would get to that. What service would I be doing my daughters if I said they could flush a growing life out of their body at their will? What parent would I be if I taught my daughters that God-given life was anything other than sacred? What fucking dad would I be if I told them that they could just let men into them at their whimsy and never deal with a consequence? What kind of fucking parent would do that to their daughters? I will not. I will never destroy the women in my life in that way. I will never devalue them, their bodies, or their God-given ability to create life, harbor life, and bring it into the world in such a way. And the idea that I should or would disgusts me. And if you would or did, may God have mercy on you. It is one of the most offensive things I can think of, to devalue a woman's ability to harbor life inside of her in such an offensive and disgusting way. Whew. Wow. I cannot, again. Whew. I cannot imagine telling my daughters that if they were inconvenient to us, we would have ended their lives at any point. Would never consider it, and they shouldn't either. That's the proper way to teach a child. You can argue otherwise till you're blue in the face. You will always be incorrect.
I guess I get that. For my biggest takeaway from all of this is that I feel like I haven't heard a good justification to kick this issue to the states. I feel like I've only heard.
It's a good idea to do that.
Yeah, I feel like I've only heard
Why?
arguments for making it so that there are federal protections on abortion, or making it so that there are like heavy federal restrictions on abortion, like
What? Destiny, what are you talking about?
basically prohibitive.
No, again, Destiny, like, look, I love you, buddy, but that's a retarded take. The entire discussion was, and again, maybe it's the fact that there were 3 of them. I don't know. But this idea that anyone is arguing for a federal restriction on abortion came out of this weirdo saying that if this was funny, by the way, watching them, Cynthia, get back to you when they're 17. You think when they're 17, I'm going to change my mind? Like, you think I'm going to have a different opinion when I'm 17? Like, you honestly think that when my daughters turn 17, that I'll be like, you know what? Actually, go ahead and kill the baby. Yeah, that's fine. I don't even know how to respond to that. That's a ludicrous assertion. That's a ludicrous assertion. But back to these guys. The entire point of Alito overturning Roe is that it will then become a state question. This guy made a backwards argument. That was funny to watch him like noodle through in real time. He made a backwards argument that if the state if the court recognizes that fetuses have some sort of right, which is not the question before the court. But if fetuses have some right to life or whatever, that any permissive abortion by the states would be unconstitutional, which isn't actually how anything works, but that was his argument. So his argument was inevitably that if a fetus has rights, the court's only conclusion is a permanent ban on all abortions under all circumstances. Now, while I think that's funny, that's not the only outcome. And it's certainly not an outcome that the court is likely to take, because there will be exceptions for the life of the mother. There will be exceptions in cases of rape and incest. No matter how much ultra pro-lifers want it, those exceptions are probably going to be in there from the court, because an ectopic or corneal pregnancy will not carry to term, will almost always kill the mother. And that is something that they're not going to impose upon someone. It's not even considered an abortion at that point, because the pregnancy is not considered to be viable. And yes, I know some ectopic pregnancies, which that's a very broad term. Some ectopic pregnancies have carried to term, and the baby has been delivered typically through cesarean style operation. However, the majority of them are not that. And they are considered just a medical procedure regarding the life of the mother. They're not considered an abortion because the pregnancy was not considered viable in the first place. But that being said, there will be those types of exceptions. There always will, because nothing in this world is a poison pill in which the person has to accept literal death. That is not in the United States. That is not in our character that says, well, you chose this, now you have to die. You have no other option. If you can procure the option, then you can get it. That's how our respecting of the right to life kind of manifests. But that being said, this guy came up with a backwards argument that the Supreme Court must only conclude that abortion is entirely illegal if a fetus has any rights, which is a wrong conclusion and a wrong argument, by the way. Even though I pointed it out, he was so sure of his own hypothetical argument that he determined that he must be correct. Destiny is now accepting that argument as the only option, but it's not the option. The option now is that every state will pass laws banning abortions, or they won't pass a law at all, and abortions will be presumptively legal. Because if there isn't a law making it illegal, it's legal. And I don't understand how they come to this conclusion at all. Ty wants on? Oh, shit. Is that what he's... Is Ty actually... Ty, you actually want on? Okay. I'll send Ty the link. Hold on. Invite. Copy. I don't know if you're ready for this. Hold on. I have to find... Oh, here we go. Just a second. If I could just text Ty the link. It would work, but he's a boomer. He needs email. Okay. Here we go. As soon as he pops in, we'll do it. Let me just see a few more minutes of this side while we wait.
Because I guess, I mean, I can't speak to no more than Nick, obviously, but like it feels to me like if we go down the road of saying that like implanted zygotes are rights holders.
Implanted, they're not zygotes at the implantation. God damn it.
It's like a hop and a skip to their life should be protected. Like that feels 100%. Intuitive to me.
It feels intuitive, but it's not actually intuitive.
Steelman him. I think that kicking it to the states, though, I think he's saying is the consequence of the correct answer, not his goal. So, like, we kick it to the states to decide whether or not the driving age is 16.
No,
But,
I
like,
understand. But what
not
I'm saying is that, like,
frame
if
it
we've
that way.
gone, Jesus, if we've gone so broad to say that, like, if we've gone so broad as to say that we're not even ruling on abortion anymore. We're in a fundamentally different area where we're saying that,
Yeah.
like, implanted embryos are rights holders, then
They are rights holders. This is one of the things that this panel would not understand. An implanted embryo is a rights holder. If there is a person who is their father and they die, that implanted embryo has rights to property that that person leaves behind. They are included. There is a right. This is not up for debate. This is the legal fucking reality. And the fact that none of them knew this or could even comment on it intelligibly is telling, because it's one of the more interesting facets of property law, which is about the oldest English common law that we have. Property law has already recognized embryonic rights or fetal rights or something. And when I brought it up, one guy's like, no, that's a future interest. It's not a future interest. It's a present interest in it's a present interest in the property. They cannot realize it until they come out of the womb because there's no physical way to transfer ownership to a baby, but that baby will have that guaranteed coming out. It's theirs. It's not going to be theirs. The future interest is what the baby has before someone dies, right? They have a future interest in someone's property until the moment that they die, in which it becomes a present interest. Ty, where are you? Oh my gosh.
you can kick that back to the states all you want, but you're going to get 50 million court cases immediately. Like,
yes, you will get 50 million court cases immediately. Yes, that will happen. That doesn't mean that they will come to a different conclusion or the same conclusion. They may come to a very nuanced conclusion. There he is. Hey, what's up, Ty?
Hey, man. How y'all doing?
I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
Yeah. I kind of figured you needed some tap in on this.
Ty, can you help me out with this? Because you're a probate and estate guy. I don't know how much you're into this, but does a baby inside of a womb have a present interest in property that is left to them through the deceased or the dying of a parent?
That's an interesting question. You know, the due process clause could actually be used to attack abortion. The thing that I find fascinating about Roe v. Wade is it literally is saying that the magic fucking smoke off of the due process clause of the 14th Amendment creates a right to abortion. And I'm sorry, that is ridiculous. That opinion is the stupidest, most poorly reasoned opinion in Supreme Court history. And that, you know, in a universe that includes Dred Scott, that's saying something. And the thing that I heard that made my head explode was, I don't see any reason we should leave this to the states. Are you fucking kidding me? The Constitution is absolutely silent on abortion, and anyone who thinks otherwise is a moron. Okay, sorry. I mean, whoever you guys are, I don't know y'all. But
we bring you here for your brutal honesty, not for.
I mean, okay, look, I've been in mediation all day, so you know.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
I apologize.
Oh, and listen, you know, it was maybe one of the worst mediations ever. So I'm in a foul mood anyway. But seriously, you guys, did one of you morons actually say, I don't know why the state should think that should deal with this?
All of them. So Ty, these
guys are fucking idiots. Where'd you find them?
I was invited. So this guy is Destiny. He's a liberal commentator. And
bring it, Destiny. Explain to me why the state shouldn't hear this.
No. To Destiny's credit, I'm going to give to Destiny's credit. He asked for a panel of lawyers to come on. right?
Okay. Well,
So and
You're
he
right.
he was the moderator, and I actually don't hold. I think Destiny did a fine job of moderating. I really do. I think he did it. I think he was very, very fair as a moderator.
I came in late, and of course, as I said, I've been in mediation all day, so I'm in a bad mood.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. These guys are lawyers. Well, this is a lawyer, I guess. This guy
Okay,
has
so
passed.
any lawyer out there, explain to me how Roe v. Wade is anything like an actual decision. It sounds like a goddamn seance when you read the opinion, okay? Fucking emanations and penumbras. That's magic smoke blowing off of the 14th Amendment due process clause. Explain that. Please tell me why that's a rational decision.
This guy has passed the bar, will be admitted as an attorney, but he's not admitted yet, but he will be. If he, I assume, I mean, I believe he represented that he passed the bar, and I take him at his word.
Sure.
This guy is, you can't see him, but he's apparently a licensed attorney as well. I don't know what any of their practice areas are. I don't care, of course.
No,
that doesn't
and
matter.
By the way, a fucking epic defense of, no, my 17-year-old daughter, I don't think I'm going to tell her to murder her baby.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That again, I was getting ready to go to bed.
You turned on the wrong stream to go to bed, buddy.
Tori's like, you could just go to bed, honey. You don't actually need to go. I'm like, no,
I'm gonna get in there.
Yeah, I mean, but seriously, I mean that's the whole thing, right? Roe v. Wade being overruled simply says the Constitution is silent on abortion, which it fucking is.
It is.
Okay.
It absolutely is. This idea that abortion is an implied right. And this is what Alito breaks down his opinion.
Magic smoke, Nick. Literally magic smoke.
And that's,
you know what a fucking penumbra is?
I do.
It is literally the part of a shadow that's kind of gray, but not completely shadow.
Yeah, it's because there's some light.
And an emanation. They actually say penumbras and emanations. I am sorry. You guys have got fucking law degrees, and you think that's rational logic? Give me a break.
You should have seen their faces.
I feel so. Thank you, Nick.
Ty, you should have seen their faces when. So I compared. I brought up that the Second Amendment is an enumerated right that is not protected anywhere near the same as abortion, and one of them said, I don't remember which one it was, but he says, well, we understand that the Second Amendment has limits. I mean, I don't think anybody here thinks the Second Amendment should include nukes. I said, I do. You should have seen their fucking faces.
That's a funny, I don't want to get a digression on this, but that's a funny thing about that. When you read, what is the case from 1939 or 38?
Miller, US v. Miller.
Yeah. So Miller says, yeah, we can outlaw shotguns because shotguns aren't military weapons.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like I said, I was sitting here, I was getting ready for bed, and I hear this. I don't know why this state should even have this. And I'm going, okay, my head just exploded. Yeah.
Well, again, not to rehash it for the stream, but in case you missed it, this guy Pisco, he was arguing. It was the funniest thing. Actually, I might want to go back to just before I exited the stream here.
Oh, by the way, can you send me a link to the stream itself? Because you sent me the link to the show, so I can't see what the stream is saying.
I'll link it. It is unlisted, and I believe the comment replay is disabled. So only comments are the ones that are on the
so this isn't live. You're actually just like interacting with these.
I was on this show.
Okay.
I was on.
Okay.
We were just.
I thought you were actually live with these clowns.
Oh no. Ty's in here like, you guys are fucking stupid. No, they weren't just being quiet and respecting your dad voice.
That makes sense, actually.
Let me see where it was, because I dropped some hot grease at the end. Just a second.
If you gave rights to fetuses, this would be the outcome.
So the question would be, what would the problem with that be? Wait. Okay, hold on. Here we sort of right to
those cases, but not in all the other cases. In which case,
go.
it's a very loose right, if that's what you're talking about, or that's what you're referencing.
Yeah, and again, the my favorite part of this entire discussion is that we're coming to the conclusion, and it seems to be the conclusion that you're coming to, that that abortion should be federally prohibited because there is some sort of right to.
That's your
life.
logic.
And
No,
no, that's
your-
the logic that you've espoused.
we do not agree that rights
Denying
attached.
personhood to fetuses. Yeah.
By
Yeah,
the
so
way,
the-
guys, they're not going to sleep with you.
Well, the best part. So this guy,
Sorry.
he kept stating what my position was over, like on issues that we hadn't even discussed yet, over and over.
How did that work
and
out for him?
It didn't go so well.
No, yeah, I wouldn't think so.
I did call him out at one point. I don't know if it's on here, but here. So he's like, that's your logic. I'm like, no, it's not mine. Actually, I believe it's the state's issue, but that's the answer you've come to. So here we go.
I deny personhood to fetuses, and so that logic would not follow.
Okay.
It's what-
Well,
It's
he's
interesting.
trying to say if you gave rights to fetuses, this would be the outcome.
So the question would be, what would the problem?
Okay, how did you avoid getting poisoned by the estrogen coming off of these people? I mean,
It was
I mean,
tough.
yeah,
It was
I'm going
tough.
to say, man, like you're in danger of starting to lactate.
So my shirt got moist, and that's why I had to leave.
Yeah,
I had to leave the
yeah.
stream. No, so the interesting, so the proposition that they've come to is that though everybody is espousing that they believe this is a states' rights issue, by their logical conclusion, if a fetus has rights, then the Supreme Court must necessarily state that abortion is completely illegal because of the 14th Amendment. I actually disagree with that logic. I think it's still a state issue,
It's a
but-
state issue.
but it doesn't matter. That was their logical conclusion. So then my follow-up question is, okay, what is the problem with the Supreme Court then finding that a fetus has inherent right to life and then outlawing it? So what's the issue? Here comes the answer. Are you ready for this?
My head's going to explode, isn't it?
Yes.
He just outlined them.
that people who are against this case are all saying that what we want is we want more democracy. We want the states to decide. But what they're using to distinguish contraception and abortion is this notion of life or personhood. That's what you use, because frankly,
Oh, real quick as background, because there's so much to this debate. It was about an hour and 45 minutes that I was
I
on
think
there.
it's
which is-
hysterical that I actually thought this debate was going on in real time, and that's why
Yes.
I'm on this. So I boomered. This is my epic boomer. Okay?
epic boomerang.
Yeah.
Well, the
Yeah.
best. So there's an hour and 45 minutes of useful time. That's the time that I was on the debate. But this guy right here, eyebrows. He is he
You froze that perfectly, by the way.
he made the argument without irony.
He's like cross-eyed because.
That-
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, that contraception and abortion are the same.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That these are the exact same things, because he used the cases of Griswold, and which is the contraception
Yeah.
case,
Yeah.
and he says, well, because the court in Roe used Griswold as part of its reasoning, but contraception is not abortion. One prevents a pregnancy entirely, in which I fully believe people should have a right
Absolutely.
to control when they become pregnant. However, when they become pregnant, you now have a different interest. That life has an interest. It has a right of some level to exist.
That's the fascinating thing about the due process clause is that, the due process clause can be read to prohibit abortion because
It can be.
no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, Now, I personally think the Supreme Court, if they actually overrule Roe, they're going to say, you know what, y'all figure that out at the state level. We're done.
You should have seen their faces when I pointed out that due process doesn't mean a fucking court case.
Right.
And they're like, what do you mean? And I pointed
These are
out,
people supposedly have law degrees.
I went straight to Obama drone striking an American citizen in Yemen, right? Because that guy's due process was that he was identified by Marines on the ground. There was a chain of command decision that went up to determine whether the drone should fire the missile, and they determined that the drone should fire the missile. He was deprived of life.
Yeah.
That was the process that was due.
He
These
didn't
guys,
get to argue his case before the
No.
drone snuffed him out.
And I'm like, he wasn't Mirandized. He wasn't
No,
arrested. There was
no.
nothing that happened here. And we don't even have to go to that extreme. I didn't bring it up on the show, but someone who is attacking a police officer gets shot and killed. And that is the process that is due to the person. It's in the due process is process that is due, what we determine that to be. So there are plenty of avenues for the court to say there is a due process right, but that due process right is satisfied by this procedure that is laid out in the law. That happens a lot. Oh my God.
These people losing their mind. This is what blows my mind, Nick. Let me get this straight. You people are literally losing your mind because unelected justices overruled a law created by unelected justices. Do you
yes.
do you even see yourself?
Yeah, it's amazing. Here, let's see where they go. Remembering that this is my question. What is the problem with the Supreme Court finding a right to life? And his answer so far is that, well, it's a hypocrisy about people who are saying that this is a states' rights issue. That's his answer so far. Let's see if it gets better.
Yeah,
that's the only thing you can do to distinguish that in contraception. But once you've done that, you've put a rod on your own back because you have to accept a whole lot of other baggage, which is the necessary conclusion of that logic.
So he's just making shit
You
up.
can use history though. You don't have to use the life to be the distinguishing.
Sure.
factor,
Wait, hey,
right?
let notice he's got like 2 minutes. So
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this will be my final point. But so what you're saying though is that the problem is that people are saying we want more democracy, we want state control, but the result might be that we recognize that a fetus has a fundamental right to life and the government has to severely limit the times in which we can kill that life, and that's a problem for you.
Yes.
It's not. You're going to hit me with the hypocrisy thing. What I'm acknowledging.
I'm not hitting you with the hypocrisy thing. You've been doing this the whole time. You're putting words in my mouth. Stop it, buddy. I'm arguing in good faith.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I summarize it? Because he's got to leave. Isn't you're basically saying like you guys are saying.
So notice what happened there. Notice him nodding through the entire answer. The other guy saying yes.
I think it's spectacular that you're outnumbered 3-1 and you're still schooling the shit out of them. I'm sorry I got on, Nick. I actually thought this was actually happening in real time.
Oh no!
I was going to come in like.
If this is happening on my channel, I would have been screaming unbreaded memes.
Well, you know what? Look, I mean, I have my boomerishness that I've got to do. So. But yeah, I mean,
but that was again, it was amazing to me. The problem that they had was that the Supreme Court might come to the conclusion that a fetus has rights that are protected, and the issue is
Roe
that
itself says that the state has an interest in protecting the life of the fetus.
But their problem with it is that people are saying it's a state issue, but it might actually be true that they federally decide that there's a constitutional right to life. And I'm like, so what's the problem with that? Yeah. Well, we can't kill the babies and we want to.
Well, yeah, right. We want the Constitution to let us kill babies, but we don't want the Constitution to make us not kill them. I mean,
yes.
But no, that's exactly right. That the due process clause that, you know, I want Roe eliminated because it is literally the stupidest decision ever in Supreme Court history. It really is. It is pure bullshit. And as I said, magic smoke is actually an actually accurate description of what Roe is. And you know, I've run the last couple of weeks. I've been telling them, look, to get rid of Roe, that does not get rid of abortion. It just means that the Constitution is silent about abortion, which it manifestly is.
Yep. You know? And that means that it is an issue reserved for the states.
Yep.
Period. If they really want to get down to the 14th Amendment, granting due process rights to a fetus, I mean, I'm all for that game. Yeah. Like, I think it'd be funny, but because they'll lose their fucking minds when like this guy did when he came to the conclusion that means that abortion necessarily would be a violation of every constitutional principle. I don't think the court ever gets there. I think that there's and we had all sorts of discussion where they're like, where I'm pointing out that age-based discrimination of rights is something that exists all over the place. So like we're okay with it. We have voting rights that vest at 18. We have the right to consume alcohol is prohibited until you're 21 in all of these states because of Department of Transportation. Smoking 18. Like you have
all kinds of
you have an implied. What people don't understand though is this is important. When the Constitution is silent on tobacco usage and it's left to the states ostensibly, you have an implied right to smoke. The state just has some level of ability to infringe on that right. Like that is in everything that there is. You have an implied right to something. The question is there a superseding right or is there a superseding duty upon you in exercise of that right? That's it. Like, because in the absence of the state, you have the right to do whatever.
I've always hated the mere rationality standard of review, right? The idea that some rights are just mere rationality. If the government wants to regulate them, we'll let them.
Smoking's 21 now. Holy shit!
I think intermediate scrutiny is the minimum level of scrutiny that ought to apply to all laws. But
I agree with that.
I'm this crazy lunatic. Yeah, I mean, the fascinating thing is these clowns that you're interacting with here. They just want abortion to be a federal thing. They want the Supreme Court to continue to be Santa Claus for the left.
Yes.
And the crazy thing is, if I was a betting man, I'd say, what do you think the odds are they actually are going to overrule Roe?
I think they're high.
Do you?
Yeah, I think if
Kavanaugh is not a pussy, I would agree with that, but I have my doubts.
I mean, I know they're trying, right? Hold on just a second.
But they care about
people are asking for the link. I'm going to put it in the chat. People can, here's the link. Oh, wait, let me link it at the timestamp for you guys. When this is a timestamp where we came in. So I'll link that in the chat.
Sorry, I'm still chuckling at my own ineptitude, thinking this was actually going on in real time.
You have no idea how happy that made me. Like,
oh yeah. My daughter, I'm gonna catch hell tomorrow for my daughters about this.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing that could have happened. So
it's my gift to you.
Where I've got it now, this is right where we start, and what I want to do is play the opening positions of all four of the panelists, including me, because my position, of course, is the funny one.
I'm gonna take a deep breath.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get through at least one position at a time, and then we'll comment on them.
Okay.
The opinion, which is a different thing. But basically, it looks as though the court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, historically, I say historically, over the past few years, I've heard people make arguments that the Roe v. Wade ruling and the Casey ruling are on kind of shaky ground in terms of how we arrive at this right to abortion. I've heard other people say it's not shaky ground. I'm not here to make those arguments. I'm kind of here to bring you guys together who are all, I believe, currently practicing attorneys, right? So
yeah, I swear in June.
Okay, whatever. Close enough. Okay.
And again, so the only time that this is me, guys, let me be very honest. I do not criticize or hold against anything about any attorney's level of like particular experience or licensure. If you went to law school, passed the bar, you're good in my book to comment on any of these issues. There was one time in this entire discussion where that came up and I almost buried him on it. And it was when later in the discussion, he says, well, you haven't convinced me. And all I wanted to say was, well, you'll learn as an attorney that you will often never convince the other attorney of your position, and you're arguing to the wrong audience if that's your intent.
Well said. Well said.
You are attacking the wrong dog in that scenario. But
I'm
anyway,
sorry. When did I actually say I was going to convince you? I mean, when did I accept the obligation to convince you? Because you're a dumbass.
Let me be clear. I find you to be a fucking moron. So I don't care if you're convinced or not. I care if the jury or judges.
I like the first guy. He's like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to, I've been hearing this and I've been hearing that. And it's like,
well, that's he's moderating.
But he's the host. He's the host, right?
He's
Okay.
the moderator. He's
Fair
taking
enough.
a neutral position.
Fair enough.
Now, I am all for you making fun of Destiny's effeminate mannerisms. That's fine by me. But I do want to give him credit.
Well,
I
of
do
course,
think he was.
I was going to do that. I mean,
I
you know.
do think he was a fair moderator in this discussion. I really do. I really do.
Yeah. What I like is that predatory look on your face, right? It's the same,
what?
it's
This
the same
what are you
look that
talking about, Ty?
It's the look that lions have when they're gazing upon gazelles going across the steps, right? I mean, it's like,
I have no idea what you mean, Ty. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, just simply making an observation.
Here we go.
And then, yeah, I'm kind of curious to hear the back and forth on. There's like two big questions, I guess, that I have. One is if you think they're two. I think they're fundamentally different, although they get conflated. One is if you think Roe and Casey were good rulings, and then the second one is, regardless of if it was good or bad, do you think that the court should overturn these? Before we start, I guess, like broadly speaking, can we kind of move through? I'm just
So
curious.
how did you not crack your knuckles at that
Lego
point, Nick?
pizza? Do you have a name?
Did you not just go?
An unrealistic amount of restraint, Ty. That's
Okay.
how.
Okay.
That's how.
Fair enough.
So this guy goes by Lego Pizza, whatever that means. Okay.
Okay.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Lego pizza. Do you have a name you prefer? Or do you want me to call you Lego?
Lego's fine.
Okay. So Lego. What, broadly speaking, how do you feel about Roe v. Wade, Casey v. Planned Parenthood? Yeah, and then the Alito draft.
Sure. So I think
Real quick, I know I'm Ty's supposed to be the one interrupting, and I'm supposed to reprimand him for it. But I mean, look, I wear t-shirts and shorts, but I wore t-shirts and shorts as a practicing attorney, like until I was in court. Like I would try and wear a polo most days, but Friday was casual, so it's t-shirts, but always shorts in the summer. But I mean, you've got bucket hat, tattooed arms, and these weird giant globalist globular earrings hanging down. Where do we think he's gonna fall on Roe versus Wade?
Yeah.
If you have to take a fucking guess.
I'd like to speculate. What I want to know is who hires lawyers. I mean, okay, criminals, yeah, criminal defense lawyers, sure, but who says, that's the guy I want to trust with something really important for me? I mean, this is a cheap shot, I'll grant you, but seriously,
I hope he gets I hope he gets tons of clients and does very well for them, in all honesty.
Sure.
But like I look, the only reason I dressed the way I did and acted the way I did is because it was my firm, and I have no time for anyone else in any authority position over me. I just don't. That's either a virtue or a failing, depending on how much money you're making. But the reality is the reality is I worked my whole life to work for myself. And so by the time I wasn't going to do something that made me uncomfortable or made me different than who I was. And I wanted the people who were hiring me to know.
We need to go and get you some custom-made Armani suits. I'm just telling you, brother.
I just bought 3 fantastic suits. But
okay, good.
But no, I want to point out that not a single person who walked into my office chose not to hire me. Right. Not one. Every single person. And I would tell them, I'm like, go interview another lawyer, go get a second opinion, please, before you hire me. This is my thought on your case. Here's what I will do to work with you. Not a single one. This idea that a lawyer must be in a suit at all times. I'm sure in some areas that's a reality.
Well, this is how I dress at my office every day. I mean, when a client comes in and sees me, I'm wearing, my cargo pants and my tennis shoes and my plaid shirt. I mean, I'll wear a suit to court because you have to for court. Yeah. But no, I don't.
But the idea that like clients want you to be this thing. Clients, I think, like most people, they just want genuine. They want a genuine experience. I want to know who I'm hiring. And if anybody walked into my office and wanted to hire someone else, I would say, hey man, that's for you. Of course. Like what? Like I'm going to beg for your business or convince you that I'm the right guy. It's your life. It's your issue on the line. I'm not going to tell you to hire me over someone else. If you think they're going to do a better job, go do it. No one ever did. And so, like, I hope this guy gets tons of clients. I'm not commenting on him as like his law practice stuff. I'm just commenting on where do we think he's going to fall on the issue.
Somehow I don't think he's going to be on the far right of the spectrum.
Yeah, I don't think so. Let's see.
Wrong,
Let's see where we go.
I think personally that Roe v. Wade is actually a compromise between the pro-choice and pro-life sides, because if you look at the pro-life side, they say abortion should never happen. If you look at the pro-choice side, they say, you should be able to get an abortion whenever you want. And then
I think Destiny is literally playing a video game during this debate.
He is literally making shit up. It is not compromise in any way, form, or fashion.
I almost made, when he said this, I almost made a split the baby joke.
Yeah.
What game is this, guys? Is this League? What game is Destiny playing in the background? Like, what is this? I don't know what game that is.
Then when you look at the actual rulings in Roe v. Wade,
it's called The Last Spell. Okay.
Look at the rulings in Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
I don't think you actually read Roe v. Wade.
My ADD attracted me to whatever Destiny was playing in the background. Okay, here we go. So back. He just said, when you look at the rulings of Roe v. Wade, let's see.
In Casey versus Planned Parenthood, they've delineated when an abortion is okay and when it is not okay. And that ends up being when the fetus is viable outside of the mother's womb. When you look at what Casey...
He's literally stating the ball that's obvious.
Yeah, well, that was the question. Do you think they're properly decided? And then the follow-up was whether you think they're properly decided or not, should it be overturned? So he's answering the first question. Let's see what his, let's see how his answer.
Go with that.
I think that that's actually just a compromise, and we should be happy with that as law, because it's some middle ground, right? I mean, this is going to be something in America that people are going to fight over forever. Mm-hmm. And when you look at it like that, I think that Casey and Roe kind of show you this compromise that we should be okay with. I disagree that there is some like shaky ground on it. I think that they've used law that they've used before in other implied right cases, and it's consistent with those.
Okay. And then, so you would say that Alito's overturning it is a bad thing, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, and I don't agree with Alito's overruling of both. I don't think that there was enough, factors that would overturn the precedent in this case. I mean, we can go through a stare decisis factor if we want, but also I think that the
now you're just making up
is
words
law and isn't proper to overrule, even if even with stare decisis factors, because it is foundationally sound.
Okay. Pisco.
Okay, sound. So real quick, just a summary of what he said. His response was that this is a compromise because people are fighting. The Supreme Court should have a middle ground on abortion, and that Roe and Casey are the middle ground that the court should come to. First of all, I think this is ludicrous because there's no reason for the court to have a middle ground. The idea that the court is a compromiser rather than a judge is nonsensical to me. I mean, judges often come up with compromises and everybody hates them. The question is not what compromise can we reach? That's mediation and negotiation. The question is, what is the ruling, sir?
Does the Constitution speak to abortion? That is the whole question. And I'm going to go on a limb and say none of these clowns actually address that, right? Because that's the whole thing, right?
They do it in an implied right sense through the contraception cases is how they get there.
But Roe wasn't really. I mean, Roe referenced those cases, but Roe was pretty much about the due process clause and the magic smoke. And again, the interesting thing here is that this ruling is good because it's a middle ground. To me, that is not actually that's asinine. That's a ridiculous.
That's not a good ruling. That is an abdication of the court's responsibility. Remember that the court is unelected, so it can make difficult choices. Right. That's its whole purpose. And further, the idea that Roe and Casey are the middle ground should horrify you. What is the other ground? Like what is what is the left, I guess, in this left-right equation that Roe and Casey are the middle?
Well, where in the Constitution does it say the Supreme Court shall find compromises?
It's in Article 4.
Oh,
When
okay. Yeah.
Again, you should have seen me ruin them entirely when I mentioned that Marbury versus Madison, that I would overturn it.
Well, okay, assuming they're smart enough to actually know what Marbury versus Madison is, but yes, I've seen you torture Kurt with that. So
maybe human. We're not going to watch this whole video. We're not going to.
And by the way, I agree with you completely on that. So
yeah, we're not going to watch the whole video. We're just doing the intro part here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Where do you stand on Roe and Casey, and then on Alito's overturning of such?
Yeah, I think that Roe stands as totally consistent with a line of cases in the 20th century that recognizes implied fundamental rights. And that's basically what you have to do to accept Roe, to accept that fundamental rights exist and that Roe is in line with cases like Griswold, with cases like Eisenstadt, Skinner, that recognize that there is some notion, some implied liberty about the autonomous decision whether or not to bear or beget a child. And that's how you should view of that right. Why should you believe that implied rights are a thing? Well, one is the Supreme Court says so. And so for years, substantive due process has been the law of the land. Alito recognized that substantive due process is the law of the land in his draft opinion with respect to the incorporation doctrine. Those are kind of implied rights that no one thought applied to state governments until later in the 20th century, when we interpreted those rights to apply to the state governments. But also, it makes sense. The Ninth Amendment of the United States anticipates that there's going to be some exercise along the lines of identified and implied rights. And the question ultimately is, how do you find those implied rights? I agree fundamentally that the inquiry is one of history. History is your guiding light here. But it's not at the level of the narrow set of individual circumstances that existed in the 18th century or in the 19th century. It's more valued in principle than that. We don't want to live in a world, and we don't live in a world where the government has ever been allowed, for instance, to tell you that you must that you must get an abortion. Think about that example. If there were a world in which a state passed a law that said you must have an abortion, if there is no if there is no fundamental right on the decision whether to bear or beget a child, that law seems like it would be perfectly constitutional. Of course not. History tells us that value is
it's not. That's retarded.
Of ordered liberty, and for that reason, Roe is not an aberration. It's a continuation of the cases related to contraception and sterilization. Is it the perfect opinion? No, in terms of maybe some of the line drawing that's done in that case and some of the atmospherics, but on the substance, it was correctly decided. And we'll get into stare decisis later, but that's kind of my take.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Except that it's really not. It is not a continuation of the contraception cases, because Roe specifically says the state has an interest in protecting the life of the fetus.
First of all, I want to draw attention to two things about these previous two speakers. Notice how they present their arguments, right? Like, notice the form in which the argument is presented. This guy has clearly just done his advanced advocacy course as a 3L, and he has just recently passed the bar because he presented that as if he were delivering an argument before a court, and probably an appellate court. That's how that argument came out. It also was incorrect. But that being said, going into all of these, the contraception cases is wrong. And the other thing, like, if you recognize that implied rights exist, you must recognize that this implied right exists is not true. No. There are plenty of ways to determine that a different implied right would exist.
Well, you might have told the chat this, but look, unenumerated rights, generally speaking, are rights that are implicit in our concept of ordered liberty. In other words, they are rights that from the very beginning we've all agreed. Example: the right to raise your children. Okay, the right to marry. Okay, things like that. Things that no one really debated it from the get-go. abortion was illegal in most states when Roe was decided. So it's kind of hard to say it was implicit in our concept of ordered liberty.
Exactly. And the other ludicrous comparison that he just kind of floated in there, I don't know if everybody caught it. His thing was, we do not tolerate the government mandating abortions. And if you don't tolerate the government mandating abortions, then you should not be able to tolerate the government restricting abortions. As if mandatory action and restrictive action are the exact same thing. And I've talked a lot about this. Mandatory speech is far more offensive than restricted speech. Yeah. Mandatory action in any way is always more offensive than a restriction upon an action, because one is the government saying don't do that, and you go, okay, well, I guess maybe you have the power to say don't do that. The other one is the government saying you must do a thing, and that's where we go, wait, that is the biggest possible infringement on liberty, is I must do a thing. It's why I don't believe in helmet laws. I don't believe in seatbelt laws, even though I think helmets and seatbelts are objectively good ideas. I don't think that they are proper, because the government is now mandating an action from you that you have not chosen to take.
Couldn't agree more.
But he slipped that in there. All right, let's see. I don't know if I'm next or the other guy. Let's see.
For quick overviews, motherfuckers. But now we've gone this far, might as well hash it a bit more. So, okay, Nick, yeah. So, what do you think about the Roe and Casey rulings, and what do you think about Alito overturning said rulings?
The Roe and Casey rulings are terrible. They're bad law. They've always been bad law. They've been recognized as bad law by such firm pro-life Supreme Court justices as Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the proest of life.
Oh, that was nice. Nicely done.
They recognize that Roe is a made-up implied right. It always has been a made-up implied right. It is a completely different nature and character of implied right than all of the other implied rights that we have. It disregards one of the most implicit rights in the Constitution, which is the right to life. If we want to start going through history of cases, if we want to start going through the history of how these things are viewed, how implied rights are viewed, we can go all the way back to English common law in the 1400s and find an implied right to life and an implied set of rights being granted to unborn children through property law and through descendancy. So no, they're terrible laws, and Alito overturning it is entirely proper. And I know we're going to get into this debate about well, should it have been overturned? It's precedental. Do we meet the stare decisis factors? And the biggest stare decisis factor is, was the foundational ruling correct? The foundational ruling was not correct. Therefore, it should not be there. Therefore, the stare decisis test is effectively met at this point. The argument in favor of Roe has always been, well, it's precedental, so therefore it shouldn't be undone. But that's not really solid foundational grounds, and so no. I will always disagree with it. Whether or not you believe abortion should exist in some factor or another, Roe was an improper vehicle to get it there. Always has been. And yeah, I guess we can debate from there, but that's my opening position.
Well played.
Oh,
well played.
Oh, I listen to that and I go, gosh,
damn,
man,
I'm
good at that. I was good at that.
No, that was good. That really was good, objectively, because what you did is you moved it right back to where the analysis should be. None of this feels bullshit that these guys are talking about, and none of this crap they're making up. You're going, look, I had a far left wing constitutional law professor, okay, far left wing, and he said Roe was a stupid decision.
It's a terrible decision. It doesn't make any sense.
When I've said to people, they're literally saying that magic smoke creates an abortion right. They laugh and I go, I'm not joking. That's literally what a penumbra and an emanation is.
Yeah.
I mean, this was the high tide of the Supreme Court being basically Santa Claus for the far left, right? This was the high tide. We're just going to make law left backwards and forwards. And, Alito's, that draft decision is an absolutely masterful demolishment of Roe. I mean, my God, I was reading that thing going, yeah. You know, hell yeah. I mean, but yeah,
you know what? I do got to say something. There's a chat criticism of your recent statement that I have to bring up. Okay. RS says, to be fair, when Ty went to college, the left is now what the far, 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 far right is.
Yeah.
I love it. You're like, yep. That's true.
Harsh
That's
but
true.
fair. When I was in college, the left was willing to debate. They were willing.
Yeah.
They're willing to actually argue about their points. But of course, they weren't arguing extreme, crazy bullshit like they are now, right? I mean, I had liberal professors in the '80s, but none of them, as far as I can tell, ever marked me down on my grades because I disagreed with them. Pretty sure most college students can't say that today.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so I don't really want to listen to Jesse. Well, I guess I'll be fair. We'll listen to this guy's opening statement. I want to find any of the moments where I really rankled them.
And then Jesse, your opinion on Roe and Casey.
By the way, this guy was half on my side and half off, and I think his opinion might be the most retarded of all of them.
Your opinion on Alito overturning Roe and Casey.
Yeah, I think my position's a little bit more attenuated on the first issue, at least. I generally seem to think that the differentiation between enumerated and unenumerated rights is a bit of a red herring, in my opinion. I think all of our rights are essentially implicit in ordered liberty. Free speech as text doesn't really mean anything. So, like, I can't really understand a principled way to say burning a flag flows from the text of free speech any more or less than abortion flows from the text of due process. I think they're all kind of against this implicit and ordered liberty concept. So we have to go to history and tradition, which means the common law. So my personal view on it would be that the common law definitely has privacy flavors in it. Abortion looks like it fits within those privacy flavors, but we look at the common law to see if there were countervailing historical considerations that cut back against that. And it seems that at the very least, quickening fundamentally changed what the common law thought of for abortion. So I think that the most principled line to draw would probably be whatever the common law demanded, which seems to be quickening allowed the state to infringe on these rights. And before that, it seems to fit a lot more with this like marital privacy or privacy that we have. And I think any other line is going to be either overbroad, such that everything is a right, or underbroad, such that we lose marriage and contraception. So again, the stare decisis question is a different one. I do think it's a little bit harder than was it wrongly decided, but I do agree that the extent to its wrongly decidedness is the key. So if there is no right from conception onwards, then it probably should be overruled. If the right does crystallize until quickening, it probably shouldn't, because I don't think the reliance is nearly as strong there. So we can get into that, though.
Okay, so I don't know if everybody followed that, but that was a lunatic line of argument that said
that's pure bullshit.
That Casey going by viability was wrong because stare decisis. Well, I should say historical notions of the common law state that the quickening is the right way. So this guy will argue throughout the debate, and we're not going to go through all of it, but this guy will argue throughout the debate that because the quickening was the common law acceptance of when to remind the chat what the quickening is, that's when the mother feels the baby move, and the Middle Ages thinking on the quickening was that was a soul entering the body. It is completely unscientific and nonsensical, but the idea is that the quickening was the appropriate way because the law said it was the appropriate way 200 years ago. And that is honestly his argument as for this. So that was, again, I think this guy, even though he is ostensibly on my side, that is the most lunatic argument.
Well, what's already striking is the contrast between your argument, which is basically, look, this is a legal constitutional issue, and this is why, blah, blah, blah. They're talking about feelings. I mean,
yeah.
At the end of the day, they just want there to be a right to abortion, and they're just babbling. And this guy, I mean, this guy's kind of reminds me of the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland. You know, there's a scene where the Hatter says something to Alice, and the narrator goes, the words were English, but Alice could not understand what they meant. And when I listen to that sheer gibberish, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, this is, you know, but see, this is the problem, right? These are people with freaking law degrees who are sitting there talking about their feelings.
Well, someone in the chat, when I got bored eventually and started participating in the chat during the discussion, and someone in the chat said something about lawyers, and I said, or they said something about like getting a law degree, and I was like, Destiny has a chance of getting a law degree or something like that, and I said, everybody has a chance at getting a law degree. Lawyers are retarded. Because it's true. Like there's nothing special about lawyers that makes them particularly smart or unsmart. You'll find just as many dumb lawyers as you'll find dumb people.
You may remember in the Potter case when I went off, and I kind of regret that on Legal Bites, when she was saying, well, you know, some lawyers don't agree. And I'm like, that is bullshit. If you're a lawyer and you're sane, you can't believe this. This is these people have law degrees.
Well, but you qualified it with "and you're sane."
True.
Which is external from being a lawyer.
I assumed facts, not in evidence. but you see, here's the thing, right? These are people with law degrees, but they're not making legal arguments. They're making emotional arguments.
All right, let's see this part. Someone gave me a timestamp. Let's check it out. Let's see what happens.
Sure, that it's just as
but Heller and McDaniel both, like, so these are
McDonald, by the way, not McDaniel.
McDonald.
God damn it.
The guns right cases, the cases that said that there's an individual
McDaniel
right
or McDonald? Is it McDonald?
Mix something. Whatever the right answer is the one I'm going to go with. But those refer to treatises that existed at the time of colonial America that say, hey, you know, this stopping tyranny thing is part of the justification for this right to have this individual firearm. Obviously, today, that's laughably dumb that we could fight the U.S. military with our individual.
Did you see my face? Wait, what?
Okay, I thought I had heard the dumbest thing ever, but now you said that.
Again, in face of all the evidence that we have stemming from, I don't know. I'll say Vietnam, but you can go well before Vietnam.
It is an article of accepted faith by liberals that the U.S. military cannot defeat insurgents anywhere. That's like a religious belief, but yet somehow it doesn't apply here.
Right. And we have a real problem defeating insurgencies all over the world. Like, one of the big problems is because we're unwilling to go to the extremes necessary, right? Like, you could just glass the entire country, all casualties be damned, and you'd win. We could do that, but we won't. And if we won't do that to an insurgency, we certainly will not do it to our own citizenry.
So Iraq, okay. Iraq had at any given time approximately 50,000 insurgents. 50,000. And a sizable chunk of the U.S. military simply could not subdue that country with 50,000 armed insurgents. How are you going to, in any way, control 150 million armed insurgents over a continent-sized landmass? I mean, and that drives me crazy when lawyers do that stuff. Well, it's obvious that stop right there. It's not obvious. In fact, it's not even vaguely plausible. You know, no one can. Oh, really? How much military expertise do you have, soy boy? I'm curious. You know, because again, the estrogen coming off of you,
I do have something to say on the issue. Let's see what it was.
Yeah. I can see.
Well, maybe some people agree with that, but I think that's laughable. Just because the change in circumstance has happened, I don't think that should justify moving where our lines of justification for our rights come from. Like, I think that quickening is very stupid by modern standards. And if they had pregnancy tests like we do today, back in the 14, 15, 1600s, they probably would never have talked about quickening.
Yes,
but the fact of the matter is, at the common law, that's what they did. So just like it's stupid to say we have a right to guns to stop
your
the
example
US
is
Army.
bad, and I'm glad that Rakita's
Look on your face is
crying,
priceless.
because I think you're the fact that there's a militia component in that sort of precatory clause, that doesn't define the scope of the right.
It's not a prefatory clause, by the way. So like even in his correctness, he's incorrect, but okay.
So says Scalia. And so no part of the militia clause is defining the scope of the individual right with respect to guns, even though that is one of the interests that was grounding the Second Amendment. I think Nick would agree that that's not.
Would you, Nick? Would you really agree?
Rights component. The individual rights component is
I think
serving
so.
that end, among other ends.
Well, let me briefly just say, like, if we're talking about respecting rights and anything, every like implied right question goes out the fucking window the moment we bring up the Second Amendment, which is the most disrespected enumerated right that exists. Like we're talking about, and this is one of the fundamental problems I have with Roe versus Wade, is that it enshrines an implied right that they pulled out of, again, some hybridization of the 9th, 4th, and 14th Amendments. It enshrines it as far more protected and far more protectable than enumerated rights that we have, specifically the Second Amendment. But
right is not even ambiguous.
That you can't possibly, in a modern time, fight off our very cool, super awesome government with. I
wish I'd never brought up guns.
Rifles. But like the idea that we can't is belied by every single either guerrilla resistance country or insurrectionist country that we've encountered that has made America look like a fucking laughingstock for the past 20 years. Afghanistan, Iraq, now we've got Ukraine making Russia look a little bit silly, and we're not talking about equal applications of force. It's just insurrection and militia tactics versus a government have worked forever, and they go both sides of the aisle down throughout history. So look at how fucking hard it was for us to put down the natives. Like the Native Americans fought just.
They are literally arguing with no expertise whatsoever.
I mean, we won against the Native Americans. We did, but it was not like a sure deal, right? Like this was not a simple thing. Look at Imperial Japan versus the fucking samurai. Like they had guns and the other people refused to use them, using bows and swords, and it was still hard.
Nick, I mean, again, when you're talking about 100 million well-armed insurgents over a continent-sized landmass, there is no army in history that could control that.
Yeah. It's insane. Like,
and for that matter, when you look at the populations of the colonies, there was no armed force in existence in the world in 1776 or 1783 that could have actually controlled an armed population, because that's what our founders, they knew that. That's why they put the Second Amendment in there.
Well, and doing it from across the sea was one of the big problems that England have. It's an inherent benefit of the United States and how we're structured, especially now that we stretch to both coasts, because you've got two entry points, and they're broad entry points, but broad entry points aren't necessarily a benefit when you have to control a landmass this size. I mean, if there were an insurgency, or if there were an invasion, the idea of controlling the entirety of the United States is almost impossible. It's too, in the same way, we would have a serious problem invading and controlling Russia or China or any of these massive land countries. How do you do it? How do you spread across that much space? Imperial Japan tried to with China and had some level of success in the 40s.
Literally willing to commit genocide.
And there's two parts of this. China wasn't unified in 1940.
No.
Like they were not a unified culture. They were not a unified people. And that is actually part of what drove the Chinese Communist Party into power, was a unified China, one that could defend itself against an imperialist invader. Like this notion that you can control these massive amounts of unified land is silly.
Well, you did a good job smacking down the smug assertion Oh, of course, no one. It's just ridiculous today. Look, here's the thing: you don't get to make that decision. The right either exists or it doesn't. If the right exists, there is no, you have this constitutional right until such time as technology progresses to the point that it's no longer that it's moot. That is not what it says. And I'm like you. It's very interesting that decision in 1939 focused on shotguns. Shotguns were not military weapons. They were actually prohibited by the Geneva Convention, arguably. Okay.
Yeah.
And that opinion actually left open the entire possibility. Okay, but if the law had banned machine guns, it would be that's the fascinating thing about the Second Amendment, right? Is that for 50, 60 years, everyone just sort of agreed that the government could regulate that. And
Yeah.
I remember in the 90s, I was in law school and I got out of law school. Some law professors started writing in the 90s. Hey, wait a minute. That Second Amendment is pretty clear, actually. It says this, and why aren't we protecting that right? And of course, all the top men said no. Well,
Okay, to the chat. Yes, samurai used guns, but not at the same level as Imperial Japan. They didn't have as many guns. They didn't have as big of guns. Okay, samurai used guns, yes, but they also used more primitive weapons, and they more importantly, there's a level of difference in fighting any sort of insurgency. You have to root people out who are not wearing uniforms. You have to find them in villages that are full of people who are not involved. It's always a problem.
And to the chat talking about shotguns being used in World War I, that's true. But the Geneva Accords arguably prohibit shotguns. And in fact, even in World War I, the Germans alleged that we were committing war crimes by using shotguns. And the court made a point that shotguns are not military weapons in that case, as I recall.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
they did.
That was a key point of the court's decision. And they just sort of left hanging out in space the idea, well, wait a minute, so does that mean we can have machine guns? I mean, look, keep and bear arms, not keep and bear civilian weapons, not keep and bear non-military weapons, keep and bear arms. Now, admit it, does that mean you can have a cannon? Yeah, I think it kind of does, actually.
Yes.
I think
yes, of course it does. Here, I think we get there in just a second. Hold on.
Yeah. Did their heads explode? Well, I guess we'll see.
Here we go. I would just disagree with that statement entirely, and I think it was entirely proper to include the militia analysis in Heller and McDonald.
Can I wait? I kind of want to ask a question. It seems like this is a really bad segue, but you brought up guns, so now I'm interested. The Second Amendment seems to be quite enumerated, and that Congress shall make no laws abridging our right to bear, or whatever. I forget the language, but it's relatively clear. How is it that we can simultaneously take Roe v. Wade and Casey v. Planned Parenthood and perform a bunch of legal alchemy to construct this highly implied right to protect so much abortion power throughout all the states, but then when we look at the Second Amendment, I don't even remember what I was allowed to own in California. You can't have pistol grips on rifles. You can't have certain magazine sizes.
Yeah, like I said, Destiny was a good host, and Destiny
is a very good point.
He is a liberal. He's the omni-liberal, as he calls himself. But I would say Destiny is thoughtful when it's necessary. And he also, this is a guy who was canceled for saying that he doesn't believe trans people should be allowed to compete in women's sports.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he debated a whole bunch of liberals on Twitch and got his channel banned.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. But here we go. Let's get through the rest of his statement and the follow-up, because this is where the magic happens.
I don't even know if you could buy pistols in California. Why are we so okay being so restricted on something that's so much more enumerated than the highly implied right of abortion?
Not to bolster Nick's point, but it doesn't even get strict scrutiny, firearms. Just so
we don't know yet, right? There hasn't been, Heller didn't
they
decide
haven't
that.
applied it yet.
Heller didn't decide that, and we have to wait and see what the scope of the right actually is. But the reason why we're spending so much time now talking about what the Second Amendment means and what the limits are is because, unlike Roe, the Second Amendment as embracing an individual right, that's a relatively recent opinion. I'm not saying that the Second Amendment is like less valid than implied rights, but we really started to think about, Heller was a sea change. Heller was a significant opinion, and we haven't had time to really deal with it, especially given the fact that, as we know it, as originally intended, the Second Amendment didn't apply to state governments, and that's where all the gun laws are. And so the Second Amendment,
what he just did there is very interesting. None of the Bill of Rights applied to state governments. Absolutely zero of them applied to state governments. But the difference between every other Bill of Right law and the Second Amendment is that almost all of the initial state governments had a right to keep and bear arms. Almost all of them.
Every state had the same, almost exactly the same language.
Yeah, and almost none of them had a right to the free exercise of your religion. Almost none of them had a free speech right, but almost all of them had a keep and bear arms right. So he's skirting the line here of genuineness and disingenuity, because he's saying, well, McDonald is the first time that the 14th Amendment applied the Second Amendment to the states, which is true, but only because no one on the court would take Second Amendment cases that have been thrown at the court for decades and decades and decades since US v. Miller, saying, please, for the love of God, this is an atrocity. But here we go.
Amendment was thought of before incorporation. I remember McDonald is in 2010, I believe, or I think it's 2010.
Wait, but doesn't incorporation
2010.
change all of that? Like, don't you fight state regulations on firearms?
It was just incorporated in 2010. And so you haven't had time to breathe and to have an analysis of how the states are going to handle this. And so, of course, you're going to see disparate opinions about what the standards are. And also, what does the right to bear arms mean? The Second Amendment says the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Just like the viability line, which we were talking about before, we're going to have to draw some hard lines that are going to be based on credentials.
You see, one is in the Constitution, one is not.
Right. So it's not just like the viability line at all here. Here we go.
Not it at all. Really.
Probably no one here thinks nukes are included.
Wait. There was. Hold on.
Well, back it up.
Just like the viability line, which we were talking about before, we're going to have to draw some hard lines that are going to be based on prudential factors. Like, are nukes included? Probably no one here thinks nukes are included.
I do.
Did you jump in?
100%.
Okay.
100%. Warships are included. Cannons are included. Everything was included at the time of its passage. The fact that we've changed, there's an easy way to fix that. It's another amendment.
Well, I agree with that. I think the way to fix all this is a constitutional.
I just love that. No one here thinks nukes are included. Yeah, I do.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Why wouldn't they be? That's the question that can't be answered by people like this.
That's right.
Well, I don't think nukes are included. That'd be silly. I'm sorry. Silliness isn't a constitutional test in any way.
Yeah, especially your particular definition of silliness, because you're an idiot, and you don't really let idiots. Listen, I got to tell you, man, I admire your self-control. My head would have exploded. Of course, like I said, I've had a long day, so.
Oh, by the way, so I found out from another attorney, Benjamin Blatt, who's famous for sending the ATF a dick joke in a demand letter.
I like him already.
Yeah, he's great. But he pointed out that I think it was him. I think it was him, because he's also an FFL or whatever, and he has access to the database of forms. There is actually a citizen-owned nuclear registration form.
No kidding.
In the ATF database. So like for a hand grenade or whatever, you got to pay your $200 tax stamp as an explosive device, right? And you got to do your finger. There is one for that. It exists. There's a citizen-owned
I've
nuke
got to
form.
see that form.
Yeah. Oh, that was Brandon. That was Brandon Herrera. Sorry, that was Brandon Herrera, the AK guy, who is also an FFL manufacturer or whatever. But yeah. So
I've got to get that form, fill it out, and put it on Facebook.
It's like, yes. That form needs to be publicized. Yes. Could you imagine people just dying in the streets trying to wrap their heads around the fact that exists?
Well, you can see the cognitive dissonance with these clowns right here, right? They desperately want to keep you from owning guns.
Yeah.
But then they want to argue for this expansive definition of a non-existent right. You know, and by the way, chat, just for what it's worth, you know, my own personal opinion about abortion is very, very indistinct. I'm not a big fan of it, but I personally am not willing to say, yeah, life begins at conception. Okay. You know, but Roe v. Wade was a stupid decision. It was beyond stupid. It's the stupidest ever. You know, and all this, they're losing their minds over this. And it's like, guys, all that the end of Roe v. Wade says is the Constitution doesn't speak to this. But you see,
which goes right to the 10th Amendment. It says now it is reserved to the state and the people.
But you see, the left knows they can't win a straight up argument. That's the whole thing with the left, right? They know they can't win straight up, so they've got to impose their will by fiat. And you know, Nick, I think, you know, we may look back on 2022 as the year it all started changing. I mean, this may be the great inflection point on all this stuff.
So far for me, it's the year I can't stop laughing.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that
because
the truth?
The funniest thing will be if we, you know, if Biden is voted out, right? Like that's the thing that they're terrified of. All he did with Ketanji Brown Jackson is to
replace one liberal with another.
Yep. He got Breyer, who's a literal fucking disaster of a justice. I don't care what anybody says. Breyer is ridiculous. But you've replaced him with another liberal justice. Great. The thing is, if they lose and Alito and Thomas happen to retire during the next Republican president or like even more right-wing Republican president's term, then they will enshrine some young, you know, 45, 50-year-old justices on the court and the Republicans will dominate that court. And then
is it
heaven
Kagan
forbid,
or Sotomayor that has like serious health issues too?
Sotomayor, because she's like 900 pounds.
Yeah.
Right. She looks like she has health issues.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, she actually does. I mean, there's, you know.
Yeah. Right. And heaven forbid, like something happens to Roberts at any point in time and a new chief justice is appointed as well, like especially during a non-Democrat president, it would be
that's
like,
going to be a disaster for the Democrats too if we replace Roberts with a real conservative.
That would be the funniest thing that could happen to me. Like I don't even care if all the decisions are wrong. I'll laugh the whole time. Like, just because it'll be the Schadenfreude of, look, we had to deal with Warren. We had to deal with Berger. We had to deal with all of these turbo cucks. Right. And now
Anthony
you guys,
Kennedy, the cuck of all cucks, you know, although I got to say, John Roberts is trying to replace Kennedy as the cuck of all cucks. You know, so that's an interesting question.
He's trying. Yeah.
Are we allowed to criticize the Supreme Court as licensed attorneys?
You have to be, right?
I'm curious about that. I mean, I'm going to do it regardless, but I was just curious about that. You know, is there like some ethical thing?
I'm not aware of any problem with criticizing the court ethically or individual justices. I think there's some weird like ethical rule with criticizing a judgment against you, or like.
Well, we're not allowed to criticize a court while. I mean, I'm about Texas, right? We can't criticize a court while court is in session.
Yeah, something like that.
So I could, for example, call a certain judge who will remain nameless a bipolar lunatic.
Well,
you know, as long as he wasn't actually in session when I said that, you know.
Yeah. So you're talking about a hypothetical Texas judge there, not a Supreme Court judge.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I don't. Well, I mean, of course we criticize judges' decisions, right? We ask them for reconsideration, which is a criticism of their decision. We ask for appeals, which is to say another court to find them to have made an incorrect decision. So, I mean, that is there. And I think
I've always
we're allowed
felt
to have
that the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution pretty well gave me the right to do that. But it was just kind of one of those things. I was thinking about that. Of course, it might be kind of interesting to be arguing before the Supreme Court and some of your social media posts calling Roberts a cuck to come up to haunt you. That might be a little awkward.
I would do it.
Yeah, me too.
And he'd be like,
in a heartbeat.
Could you imagine like Clarence Thomas being like, can you expand on the idea that you made in a tweet on June 21st, 2021 that says, and I quote, Justice John Roberts is a giant cuckold who likes to watch not only his wife, but everybody else's wife get plowed by anybody around. Could you please explain the context of that? And then your response, of course, would be, but it's true, though.
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't think that comment is not awash in ambiguity. Right. What's the legal term? It stands for itself.
What? Like res ipsa loquitur?
Yeah.
The thing speaks for itself.
That's
yeah. No, that's I would do it. I would stand there and you could put all of my tweets about Justice Roberts up.
I would like to think that I would.
You have to, again, and I don't think, first of all, I don't think the Supreme Court justices would have anything to do with the idea that you couldn't criticize them.
No,
again,
I don't
as weird as some of them may be, I think 100% of them would agree. And I think right now we're seeing it, right? Because you've got people literally protesting outside the Supreme Court justice's house. And you don't have like Alito whining on Fox News that the protesters should be dispersed or arrested, right? Like
right.
You don't have Elena Kagan saying, I disagree with my conservative colleagues. However, the fact that people are outside their houses protesting is offensive to the notions of a free government. No, that's not true at all. They tend to respect speech and are wildly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a 9-0 decision several years back where they said, "Oh, there is no hate speech exception to the First Amendment." 9-0.
Yeah.
Now I suspect now it would be 8-1.
What with Roberts being
No,
they keep making fun of me.
Okay, I walked into that. I think whatever the hell her name is.
Katanji Jackson Brown.
Yeah,
Brown Jackson.
I think
always
she's very,
say Jackson Brown.
Right, because you think of the singer.
Right, because I grew up listening to Jackson Brown so much.
Yes, as did we all. I didn't grow up with him, but he was omnipresent when I was in college. You couldn't escape him.
My dad listened to so much Jackson Brown that like it was always on in the car. I like Jackson Brown's music just fine, by the way.
You see, I'm now going to have to hassle your dad about that.
Give him a break. Give him a break.
I want to. I want to. I really do. But
no,
I have my standards.
I like plenty of Jackson Brown music, despite his political opinions, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's, Lawyers in Love. He did Lawyers in Love, didn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, literally, I think he did. There's a song called Lawyers.
I believe you. I don't know that. I don't know if he did that or not.
It's completely nonsensical, but the refrain is Lawyers in Love.
I do not prefer the Beatles to Jackson Brown. I would listen to Jackson Brown over the Beatles. Don't you besmirch me, that guy.
Yeah, are Ty and Nick's dad's friends, and that's how that. Yes, I mean, yeah. I knew Nick's parents before I knew Nick.
Yeah,
and I knew Nick's grandparents before I knew Nick's parents. So anyway.
It's succession. We inherited you
in some crazy way. I don't know.
I was a fetus when I inherited my present sense right to Ty Beard.
Actually, I remember your mother said to me, "You need to meet my son. He's wanting to go to law school." Okay, sounds cool. I had no idea how this would end up.
Yep. And now you're ruined.
Yeah. My daughters have reimposed the Twitter ban on me. I can only tweet twice a week. I've actually I only tweeted one time. I sent Elon Musk a picture of General Patton saluting him, going, "Well done, you magnificent bastard."
Yeah.
Elon
said he would unban Trump, and all my response to Elon is, "Fine, do it, pussy, do it." because
Yeah,
that's
you know, it puts Trump in an interesting business situation because he's launched this alternate to Twitter, and he's kind of like, yeah.
well, see, Trump said he'd never come back to Twitter, but he said that before Twitter was privately owned company by Elon Musk. So I think he has wiggle room on coming back to Twitter if he wants to.
You know, not wanting to hijack the purpose of the your subject here, but I got to tell you, when Elon was doing all this, I was going, okay, if I were him, I'd do this, and I was like, bam, he did that. Wow. I mean, this was the most masterful takeover of a public company I've ever seen. He did
Yeah.
it fast. He, you know, the board. We're gonna do our poison pill thing. He's like, okay, well, if you do that, you're gonna have to explain to your shareholders how they lost more than half their value.
Yep.
You know,
Oh,
because it was in their best interest for you to
It
do
was
that.
he now there's a lawsuit out there against him and the board or whatever for whatever. That's probably going to go nowhere. It'll be great. But if he ends up pulling this thing off, it's going to be one of the funniest things ever.
Absolutely.
If he doesn't pull this thing off, I don't see how the SEC doesn't just rake him over the coals for, you know, improperly influencing and freezing a stock price or something. But
I think he's allowed to do that, though. I mean, you know, the crazy thing is what I hope is, I mean, obviously, based on everything he's done up to this point, he appears to be getting very good advice. Elon, get your ass to Texas. Get Twitter to Texas as quick as you can, so that when the feds finally pull their head out of their ass and come after you, it'll be in the Fifth Circuit, where you know, they'll be smacked down. That's my biggest concern is if he screws around and leaves Twitter in California, I do not have a lot of confidence in the federal courts there. You know, but
yeah, no, I agree. Mandy says,
I can't wait to tell my daughters I actually got all pissed off about, you know, you doing a this is great. This is beyond great.
it was actually pre-recorded. Nick was just responding.
Yeah. You know, they're gonna go, Dad, really? Go, yeah.
Mandy says Cynthia and Kalea are using me like a shield in a pillow fight, and I don't even know why. Now, Mandy, you cannot bring up the 3 women in the chat as doing a pillow fight. Like you'll break all of the rest of the chat's mind. You can't do that. Don't do that to them.
They're not right.
They're good boys. Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
Cut them some slack.
C Goody says my keyboard wrote a tweet, or it was sent a super chat, but it didn't come through. He says, I'm wondering if you have heard about 194 nations sovereignty getting transferred to the WHO. This document will supersede the Constitution, supposed to occur May 22nd to 28th. No, I'm not aware of that. I would imagine that whatever has happened, that is probably a sensationalized take on something involving the World Health Organization. But
Guys,
I'll try and find
treaties are the highest law of the land outside of the Constitution, but they have to be 2/3 of the Senate have to approve them. The UN, the World Health, whatever, they can say all they want to say, but they do not trump the U.S. Constitution. It doesn't work that way. And we have nukes, so that private citizens apparently can actually own.
There's a form for it.
I've got to get that form.
There is a form. I got a tetanus shot today. I hate tetanus shots,
What'd you
man.
get a tetanus shot for?
It's my 10-year update on the tetanus shot. So I
got
one
mine a while back because I had some variant of the flu, and the doctor's like, okay, so the great news is we can make you feel better, and we'll give you with a tetanus shot, and hey, you don't have to get your tetanus shot booster. Okay.
And Feinstein, can you email me the form or a link to it or whatever? That'd be great.
I think that's epic.
That'd be fantastic. Well, Ty, I have to do a couple things here. It's really late already. I need to read super chats. I need to read super chats, but I need to read the Daily Unbreaded. And I never want to do that without someone's consent because some of them are pretty spicy. So that's up to you if you want to stay, but if you have to go because it's 2 a.m, you certainly can.
I will listen to the Daily Unbreaded.
You'll stay for it, you're saying?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I know.
In the realm of good decisions, 198. Oh, that looks like a good page.
That's a random generator. Okay,
Yep.
This is gonna be great.
Are you familiar with this segment at all?
Somewhat. Yeah, that's that crazy guy. Oh boy.
Oh, baby. Here we go. Just a second. I gotta. I'm bread. Oh no, when I share the screen, it's gonna ruin my camera again. That's the new meta, is ruining my camera when I share the screen. Right? Am I frozen? I'm still here. I'm still here. Maybe it's when I share the audio. What, Ty? What's wrong?
Nothing. I just, didn't expect that to pop up on my screen.
I tried to help you.
You did. No, listen. I brought it on myself.
Okay.
All right. I
right.
just want you to read this. I want to hear how you read this.
I will. Okay. 11. Stab blue. Bingers stay closed-minded. Bingers stay closed-minded. Advance warward. Think like a penis. Don't be open-minded. That's how the unworthy man tries to program you to keep your mind vulnerable so he can mold and edit you. Keep a strong mind, solid mind, like a motherfucking rock binger, like a motherfucking boulder binger. Don't be a tent binger. Be a bunker. Don't stand out like some weak, delicate, flamboyant distraction. Don't be a tent. Don't be tentative. Be something that cannot be entered. Be something that cannot be moved or removed. Don't swayed. Don't be something that moves with the wind and the gusts of the effeminate ass southern frequencies. Don't move with the intercontinental bullshit. Don't move with the fake flattery of invasive fish streams. Don't play that shit and kill it on first notice. Don't let them have any space. Don't give up enough room for their lungs to fit. Kill them all on first notice of their existence. Don't fucking eat curry, binger, not even in your rap music. Don't sprinkle curry on your ghetto music. Don't sprinkle someone else's dick on your songs and call it progress, or be surprised when they give you awards for poisoning your tribe. You, binger, could do without it, as they ain't you, binger, and they ain't us. That's all it is, binger. They will betray you faster than you think. Binger, kill them is the only publicity that keeps us strong. That's all you need to know. Politics is never over until the enemy is dead. The enemy is any potential form of competition, especially any man from another tribe. Don't ever put them onto shit. Don't ever give them a boost in rep. Don't ever give them a respect of a tribute. I'm not clowning you, binger, or talking down. I'm saying they will pollute just by being introduced. So instead, kill them. And let that be your inspiration instead. Kill them and let that be where you get your next bread. Do not share. Pussies get open. Binger, don't let nothing in. Binger, think like a dick and penetrate like bullets. Binger, stay where you at and build it. Don't gravitate towards nothing. No other man can form or progress with you. They use that word to discontinue you. Those words ain't shit. Progress comes when the enemy gets weaker. Progress for us when they pass the fuck out to death. Send them to death. My binger, every chance you get. Don't ever walk alongside your biggest threat. Don't march next to the man you should murder. Don't let them be allies. Binger, join a circus if you want to clown yourself. Binger, fight alone against the them all, or else don't expect victory you can enjoy. If you share a mission, you lose the reward. If you share a battle, you lose the conquer. The battle must belong to you if you want the prizes and rewards of war. Rewards of war don't come to those who wait. Rewards of war don't come to binger who discuss and debate. Rewards of war don't come to binger who to learn. Rewards of war don't come to binger who wait their turn. Rewards of war come from binger who take. Rewards of war come from binger who put lesser man on a plate. Rewards of war come from binger who attack till they exhausted rest, then attack some more. Binger who repeat this process will always win, but if you wait for them to give you instructions or to tell you it's time to go into a particular process, they will lead you in circles until you wander off a cliff. Binger, there is no strategy, path, or direction forwards towards war. Advance warward. Why doubt what you want? Binger, believe in plenty of things that can never be seen. Binger, believe in plenty of things that you can't tell if you see them, even if you're looking at them. There is no reason why Binger should not believe in his soulmate. There is no reason why Binger should not believe in paradise. There is no reason why Binger should. And my camera broke.
Well,
And
who
my
can argue
camera
with
broke.
that?
Let me fix my camera real quick.
Wow.
Just a second. Just a second. There we are.
Now has Drexel opined on this? If he has any, define the show. I'm just curious.
I think yeah, he's read a page with me.
Oh my
He's read a
gosh.
page. Yeah.
I'll have to find that show because I bet that's epic. Wow.
Let me see. To the chat. We've lost several hundred people, as we always do during the unbreaded reading. Let me explain what this is. This is Matthew Harris, UCLA philosophy professor. Matthew Harris wrote this book, Death Sentences. He is a Duke University PhD in philosophy, and he wrote this book and he posted it to the UCLA philosophy board. And he also sent a bunch of threatening emails to all of the UCLA staff. I find this book to be hilarious. He is a black man, so none of this is racist. He can't be racist because he is a black man. And so every day...
Well, how is Binger racist, really?
Yeah, well, not so sure he wrote that. But every day we take one page. I use a random number generator because this is the proper way to read scripture, of course, is to take a random number generator and divorce it from any context that it could possibly be in and just read the page by itself. So,
and what context could there possibly be?
What
you don't make that sensical. I mean,
you have no idea.
Wow.
Because all of the pages are their own thing. And this is how we do it. This is reminder that the internet is still fun and still funny, and you can read the words of an absolute lunatic and find the little nuggets of truth that are in there and a whole lot of nonsense, because that's what lunatics are.
Yeah. And by the way, I totally kind of vaguely unrelated. I wanted to make an actual prediction to you. I've made this to other people. I believe that you will be as popular as Joe Rogan within 3 to 5 years.
Oh man, that's a tall order.
Not really. I was watching Rogan. You're funnier than he is. You're a better interviewer than he is.
I mean, I agree with those statements, but
no, I mean, really, this is totally just. I've been meaning to tell you that, so I thought I'd tell you on your show. But I actually said it to several other people. I was like, oh yeah. I mean, Rogan doesn't actually have any skills that you are not equal or better than. So,
well, I appreciate that. That's very high praise. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
I think so. Well, I will run. It is. I actually have to. I got to get to work tomorrow. Well, anyway, what a fascinating way to come on your show.
Make sure you tell everybody at the office that
I'm going to have to, because I can't bear them finding out and then coming, hey, Ty, guess what we heard?
I have no idea how they might receive a text message that would say, guess what
right,
Ty did.
Right, yeah. My wife was like, why do you have to go on the show? I said, these idiots. So, yeah, there you go. Well, hey, man, you have a good evening. Chad, it was good to see you guys. I'll try to watch tomorrow night. For you do Unbreaded every night? Is that like a
every night?
Every night.
Mm-hmm.
How many segments does he have? I mean,
there are 803 pages, Ty.
Oh, wow. So this is like 2.5, 3 years of material for you.
Yep.
Wow. See, God provides.
Every time. Every time.
He
does.
just gives it to you. But hey, by the way, are you going to make it to North Texas RPG Con?
Oh shoot, when is that?
That's like the first week of June, the first weekend of June.
Let me see what my calendar looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can make. I completely forgot that was coming up.
Yeah, your uncles are coming up.
Oh, first day of Pride Month is June 1st. Did you know that?
I did because many moons ago, one of your uncles went to Disney World the first week of June, and
I'm looking.
yeah,
I will not be there.
hassled him. We hassled him hard, as you can imagine.
I will not be there. We have a
tragic.
We have a vacation with the kids, and we don't get to do too many of those due to timing.
Yeah,
so.
and by the way, I absolutely loved your epic thing on that. I'm going to tell my 17-year-old daughter to. that was glorious. That was like, that's actually what made me. I was like, honestly, what if your daughter gets pregnant? I'm going to change my ethical position based on the fact that it's my daughter, and I'm not you, moron. I mean, anyway, that was the whole
the whole thing is silly because I would accept my grandchild. Like that's what you do.
Yeah. You're right. If my daughter's 17, I'm going to tell her to kill my grandchild. Damn.
Yeah.
You win.
Yeah. But that's I don't know.
Well, this whole thing's going to be fascinating to watch, especially if they actually do get rid of Roe, because one of the interesting things is all the politicians on both sides who have demagogued this issue for 50 years because it didn't matter. It really honestly didn't matter. They could yell about it, and the Supreme Court was there. All of a sudden, on both sides, people are going to have to make their case, and so it should be very interesting to watch.
It will be. We'll see how it affects elections. But anyway,
brother.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good one. See y'all later. And wow, unbreaded. I've experienced that now.
Yes, you have.
Yes,
you have. All right, man.
Have a good
talk to you soon.
Bye.
Okay. There we go. Now it's time to do the super chats. Thank you for entertaining my friend Ty Beard, as I always welcome his insight into streams because he has a great perspective on things. And let's do these super chats, and then we'll wrap up the show. We've already gone. I mean, I keep doing some really long shows this week, but that's the way it goes. Can you post the link to the debate again? Let me see if I've still got it chambered up here. Yep. Here we go. Here's the debate with the timestamp where I come where we come in. So, because the stream that Destiny did is actually a long segment. People are asking why it's unlisted. I assume what he's going to do is probably cut out the debate and upload it separately. So there you go. Brian Nielsen says, not sure what stare decisis is, but I'm pretty sure both Trump and Obama drone struck them. I'm glad I got to watch you wreck Commie Pool, eyebrows, and Perry the Platitude Puss in real time. Madeline, been following on and off since the lawsuit days. I read that one. But thank you to Madeline again. Next was read that one. That was the Henry Rollins one, Louisiana. Catching up in the trial. The Engaged Few. Read that one. Oh, man. I must have missed that other one earlier. Where the heck am I? Japanese Wife. We're getting close. We're getting really close here. My thing reset, of course, which is just this lovely thing that's been happening more and more lately. MKEOD question: without judicial review, do people have any means to seek redress? Yes. Could the government pass laws, say banning political speech? Could the courts do anything about it without judicial review? Yes, they could. Here's the thing. So without Marbury versus Madison, the concept of judicial review, you would have to have a different court than we have now. Now, the only reason we have a single Supreme Court, like a single group of Supreme Courts, is because it was originally 6 justices. Now it's 9 justices on the Supreme Court. And that's literally just because there's no particular logical reasoning behind it. So what you could have in theory is a Supreme Court that is more like a circuit court, which is a huge group that oversees all of the nation's highest appeals court cases. And you could have, let's say, 1,000, hypothetically, Supreme Court justices with one chief justice who's administrative, right? And then the court would hear all appellate cases and controversies as what's kind of listed in Article 3 of the Constitution. And they would just simply take every case on a case-by-case basis. And you don't have to have stare decisis. You don't have to have binding precedent. You could, in theory, I'm not saying this is the right thing. I think this is certainly within the realm of what was potentially envisioned by Article 3 of the Constitution. But you would simply have a high court that hears all cases and controversies that come before it. Its jurisdiction is laid out in the Constitution, and appellate jurisdiction is something that they could do as they do now. But rather than only taking 60 cases out of the year, let's say the Supreme Court takes 700 cases, 2,000 cases, 10,000 cases. Who knows? If you've got 1,000 judges, right, then you could, in theory, have 10,000 cases without much trouble. And then their opinions do not need to be binding forever on the populace or on the Congress or anything. Reminder that judicial review is not in the Constitution at all. It's not mentioned. The idea that the court determines constitutionality isn't in there. So, like, we have had it, and undoing it now would be really weird. It would be difficult. It would be a mess. All of that is true. But if we go back to the original writing of the Constitution, it doesn't exist. And the idea was that for these sweeping changes, like Roe, like Brown versus Board, like Plessy, all of these things should have required a constitutional amendment. And the Constitution was supposed to be amended much more frequently than it has been. We now have basically a constitutional amendment pop up about every 30 years. By the way, I think this year is 30 years since the last one specifically. So we may be due for a new constitutional amendment, but we have one about every 30 years. And it was supposed to be much more than that. In fact, I believe it was Thomas Jefferson who suggested that we would have a new constitution entirely within 30 years of the original Constitution being passed, because that's the rate at which they thought it would change. Now, it hasn't. Again, with Marbury versus Madison, you don't have to pass constitutional amendments. You have to convince a court. And that's a lot easier than a constitutional amendment. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But yes, you could still have a functioning judiciary without judicial review. Absolutely. They could just determine the cases and controversies. They could determine that Congress has overstepped its authority on a legal issue as applied to the facts, and then they could go ahead and rule in favor of the person. Healing Montana Nana. Nick, this old disabled lady needs a good shaming. I bought a weight bench and free weights and will record the shaming to motivate me to use my setup regularly. The last 2 years have set me back 20 pounds. Healing Montana Nana. First of all, get shamed. Get shamed. What you are is not what you should be. You are an embarrassment to yourself and those around you, but you know it. So there is some glimmer of hope for you, Healing Montana Nana. What you need to do now is get away from your excuse of disability, get away from your excuses and your hesitations, and get on that equipment that you bought, knowing that you can be better, knowing that you can improve yourself, and start actually doing it. But first, before you can improve, you have to get back to your baseline. You don't even get to improve until you get back there. So get your ass on that bench, pick up those free weights, and start working off your own shame to your own benefit. And I wish you the best. Some random Jew says, "Hey Nick, hoping for some advice. My wife is between jobs right now, doing all the cooking, cleaning, etc., and I love it so much so that I don't want her to stop. We're both in our mid-20s. I make enough to support us both, over 150K. Any idea how to broach the subject? Why don't you just say, hey, this is really working out nice. Why don't you stay here? Why don't you work at home? Why don't you maintain the house? There's no need to have you go back to work. Let's do it. Also get her pregnant. There you go, senor. But honestly, just be open about the conversation. This is great. I love this arrangement. How do you feel about it? Can we make this permanent? Well, I have other projects I'd like to do. Great. Do those. You have plenty of time during the day to do some other projects, to work on things on your own. But don't be beholden to a job to do it. Do it on your own time. Do it because of yourself. Do it because you want to do it. Pick up projects that are fulfilling for you, not because a boss gave it to you. But I would just be honest and open about the conversation. Tell her that economically, you don't feel that there's a reason for it, and that you think it would be it's a beneficial arrangement, and ask her how she's feeling, man. Next, Senor Spielbergo. So we should have kept Plessy versus Ferguson, according to those guys. No, they all said, no, that one had to go, of course, but not this one. That was, was the difference. Winning reality, abortion is a social construct. We're just modernizing it like pro-abortion people did to gender. Fight fire with fire, baby. Iric the Red. So are these clowns fine with Dred Scott versus Sanford, which decided that blacks aren't eligible to be U.S. citizens? It was a Supreme Court decision, so that it should stay, right? Well, no, not that one. We don't like that one, but this one should stay. This one should stay. Julio Chavez says, longtime viewer, first chat. Hey, welcome. Hoped it be better circumstances. Wife diagnosed with seizures and fibro. I guess fibromyalgia. Been out of work over a year. Medical bills and lots of debt. Ask if I can share our Gibson Go to help, please. Thanks, Nick. You rock. Julio Chavez, you of course can share it. Lots of people ask me to share like a Gibson Go or whatever. I don't know how effective it is, but I'm happy to read them. I don't know how you want to share it in chat because links are disabled, but you are certainly welcome to do so. I really wish you the best. I hope that you can find a way around that ailment and that issue. The Scriptic, a toast to Nick, raise a glass, Chad, a man of principle, a man of logic, a man of drunken tirades that sometimes make more sense than most of our sober thoughts. May we all aspire to be as uselessly effective in our own lives as this shyster lawyer. I can drink to that, man. Thank you. Thank you, The Scriptic. My doctor told me 2 drinks a night is the accepted amount of liquor. Not based on my own usage, but just that was the accepted amount of liquor. Is that true? Like, have you guys heard that rule? Guy or Guy says, I'm shocked that all of these men speak with lisps. Did he say, well, my doctor's a she. That means 2 bottles. Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm way under it. Doobie McNasty says, Slay, Kang. L. Jones says, yes, well said, Nick. You are exactly correct. Jordan, y'all came here from the Depp case. If you thought Ricky Ticky was a mainstream moralist on issues, you don't have to agree with the man, but at least acknowledge the fact he has morals he won't stray from for money, let alone clout. 1, 2, 3 in chat for Nick. Yeah. Yeah, no, I learned a long time ago that it's better to just be who you are. If you be who you are, be genuine and true to yourself and to others, then they will either accept you or they will not. And that is okay if they don't. Tina, if all these women here from the Depp trial are getting upset about your view on abortion, I can't wait for Drex to be on. Oh, were people actually mad in the chat? Well, again, like I don't know. I wasn't watching all of it, but yeah, I didn't see too much, but maybe there were people. I mean, them's the ropes. I'm not going to apologize for who I am ever. I, of course, have said over and over that if I can have reasonable discussions and actually I can see the logic that people have behind their pro-choice stances, and that's fine. I disagree with those, but I don't demonize people for them. Irantu says this. Wait, no, wrong one. Tina. Nope. Joseph Kerwin. I hope Destiny, Tybeard, Mr. Girl, Drexel, and Nick form a D&D live stream group. That could be pretty funny. Cynthia says, simple question. A real human crosses with another in the Constitution. In body. Get back to me. A real human crosses with another in the Constitution. In body. Get back to me. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure. Deplorable Kulak says, I am a gay black woman. Nice to meet you. Well, nice to meet you, gay black woman. If I were a woman, I would be gay too. I'm not sure what Cynthia, I apologize. I don't understand what the question is. A real human crosses with another in the Constitution. In body. I don't know what that means. But if you want to send me something explaining it, I can maybe address it on a different stream or something. Nate G. Janet Yellen made the argument for eugenics. Yahoo article, The Economic Costs of Abortion Bans, with a video of her basically arguing for deleting a populace for the betterment of society. Would love to see a review of it. Oh, that's a good one. It's really late tonight. Maybe we could do that tomorrow. Nate G, can you message me that somewhere? Ev Rhodes says they outnumber us 3-1. Then it is a fair fight. The Squid, real question. Why is it that so many pro-choice activists don't seem to understand the concept that consenting to sex is also consenting to the possibility that you will produce a child? Because it's inconvenient. We found that through the panel, or I found that through the panel with my discussion partners, that Pisco kept saying that it is a person's right to choose to keep and bear a child over and over again, which I agree with, that it's their choice to bear a child, but they make the choice. They make the choice when they have sexual intercourse and conceive a child. Like, that's when the choice is made. It's, again, government imposed rape squads is not what we're talking about here. Paul Durfee, Alito is like Osmandia at the end of Watchmen. I'm not a comic book villain. I wrote the opinion 5 months ago. The new cooler Will Smith, your perception of Imperial Japan versus a shogunate is colored by the Tom Cruise version of events. Samurai had used guns for hundreds of years, and they had infinite ammo, according to Kurosawa movies. William Morrison, one of the things that annoys me about the can't beat the government argument, too, is that even if that's true, it's irrelevant. Correct. Second Amendment isn't a guarantee of a successful insurrection. It's about giving a just insurrection a fighting chance. That is correct. It doesn't matter if you lose. If you can fight, you have the right to fight. Matches Burn says, "Hey Nick, Mark Serbu, gun manufacturer owner famous for BFG 50, is getting hit by bankruptcy lawyers / vultures for doing business with Remington prior to their bankruptcy. He needs a lawyer. See this video." Okay. All right. I mean, I might know some people. Brian Nielsen read that one. Renee Villarreal, I don't care if abortion is legal. I just don't want my money paying for it. But the same goes for all medical procedures for someone else that I don't pay for myself. And again, I think it's perfectly reasonable for people to be okay with abortion within your state. That's why we should have the states making this decision. If you want to have abortion, live in a state that will have abortion. That's fine by me. I will lobby my state to have no abortion personally. I think that, like, for me in my state, that is the government that I want, one that protects life. But other people don't want that, and I'm okay with that. Agent Rude, what I want to know about this whole debate is how 5 presumably male commentators managed to discuss Roe versus Wade when they aren't allowed to have an opinion. Well, that's a good question. But as far as I know, I'm the only one who's disallowed from having an opinion on that debate. Personally, I haven't penis checked the rest of them. Okay, Cynthia, here we go. Jordan says, aside from justice, what did Ty eat for dinner today? Nick had his constitutional whiskey, as is tradition. Smeg Skull, could family court claim jurisdiction over abortion and do its bypass the Constitution thing? Family court doesn't bypass the Constitution. Family courts are established under, Article 3 of the Constitution. Congress basically delegates their jurisdiction. So, and it's like a mix of Article 3 and Article 9 because it's or Article 10 or the 10th Amendment, because it's the family court is a state controlled institution at its core. It's not a federal institution, and the states all have their own family courts and own family court rules, but they don't bypass the Constitution. They're just one of those few things that we recognize as a 10th Amendment power of the states. Cynthia says, Nick, the problem is that the founding fathers or you cannot comprehend 2 lives in one body. It's literally a problem for libertarians. Why do you think I can't comprehend 2 lives in one body? I also don't see how that's relevant in any way at all. We impose duties on parents long after birth to their children. All sorts of duties that are detrimental to the parents' rights. Constantly. Don't beat the kids. You got to feed the kids. You have to provide a place for the kids to live that's relatively clean. You have to pay attention to them. You have to keep them alive. You have to get them some level of medical care. You have to send them to school or school them on your own. All of these things are detrimental to the parent and beneficial to the child, presumptively. These are all impositions upon your life that you have to take. So the idea that a mother must carry the child to term is somehow different because why? Because the life is inside of her. But it's not that we can't comprehend it. It's that it isn't a barrier or a problem to the question at all. You have 2 distinct lives. And it's not one body. There's actually 2. There is a second body. It's just within one other body. So I think I get your point, but I think you're misunderstanding a disagreement of argument with someone else not being able to conceptualize your dilemma. The problem is libertarians, me, first of all, libertarians are divided on abortion, so I don't know if that is the best avenue to go to. But other people don't see it as a hurdle. We don't see it as a dilemma at all. But yeah. So I would suggest my position on abortion is simple. I think that the fetus at implantation, I think that is the only non-arbitrary place where we can say that a fetus should gain rights, should have rights, should be have their rights recognized, however you want to word it. That at implantation, I think conception is a bad measure because there are lots of conceived eggs that will never ever come to fruition. There, first of all, we have embryos that are created in labs or whatever. I don't think that those have any particular right, and they don't even have the potential of becoming life until they are properly inserted into a uterus and implanted. And so then, that doesn't really work. And I also would say that there's lots of conceived babies that don't implant and they just get flushed out with the next menstrual cycle. That happens with quite a heavy amount of frequency. But once an egg is, or a fertilized egg is implanted, once that implantation occurs, now we have something that outside of medical intervention or catastrophe will become a baby 100% of the time. There's no way around it. It will not be something else. It has human DNA. It will develop fully into parts. And if you want to get into the argument over what a person is, what makes them a person, if you say it's not sentience or not some level of experience, then we have justification to start killing whole swaths of people that we don't agree that we have the right to kill. If you say that it's some sort of like bodily shape or function, then I guess we kill quadriplegics or any other form of cripple. Like we start to run out of ideas here. Now you can disagree with that position, but that is my position, and it's the only non-arbitrary one that I can come up with. Because again, if you say that if you say that someone is born, well, you can be born at 25 weeks, you can be born at 29 weeks, you can be born at 36 weeks, you can be born at 42 weeks. Are we saying that rights don't vest until it passes the cervix? I don't think that that's a useful measure either, because someone will get quote unquote get their rights 20 weeks earlier, or at literally 1/2 the age of someone else. That doesn't make sense to me. If you say it's conception, I've already laid out the problems with conception. If you say it's the quickening, that's when a woman feels a baby move. I think that's archaic and nonsensical because women feel movement at different times. If it's when you detect the fetal heartbeat, again, that's up to the detection of the fetal heartbeat, not when the heartbeat actually starts. So what are we doing here? Like what is the line? I think implantation is the only line that is non-arbitrary in the gestational process. That's me. And Cynthia, I saw that you said that it's a point of law and that I know it. It's not a point of law. There's not a point of law here at all. There is a distinct body inside another distinct body. That doesn't make one body subject to or deprived of rights. Now we have a conflict of rights at that point, the rights of the mother versus the rights of the baby. Sure. In any case where there are two things in conflict, we have to resolve the conflict. I would say resolve it in favor of the baby, because I think that their right to life trumps the mother's right to most other things. Happy to be your object. It's an issue of law and you know it. I don't think you can articulate what issue of law it is. So, that's that. Time to get to the rest of the chats, of course, and then we can wrap up the show at some point in time. These shows are all going very long lately. And I apparently have to restart my computer 900 times to try and get the, I don't know what's up with sharing the screen, but that's going to be a big problem I have during Johnny Depp if I don't get that resolved. Amplify the Signal says the proper way to cut off your balls and hand them to the doctor. That's true. Firefox, can I get a toast? Rackets. To those who hate toast, those who believe it halts the stream, ruins the flow, or harshes the vibe, suck my dick. I couldn't have said it better, Firefox. You said it all. Ann B. Feinstein says mother's life in danger versus baby's life. I think the mother's life in danger versus the baby's life is a conflict of rights. Sure. One, I would humbly suggest that the mother's life being in danger versus a baby's life is almost never. There's almost no medically necessary abortion that results in the death of the baby. That's a critical thing, because if you have to do a cesarean delivery at 24 weeks, right? Like the mother's life is at risk. She gets preeclampsia. Her blood pressure drops dramatically. You got to get the baby out. Okay. Yeah. 24 weeks. You deliver the baby by cesarean. That is technically an abortion, but it doesn't result necessarily in the death of the baby, right? Like the baby can be treated. The baby can be given the dignity of at least an attempt to save its life. And at 24 weeks, you've got about a 50-50 chance of that baby living. It's scary. It's harrowing, but it's like 50-50. Once you get into 26 to 28 weeks, you're starting to look at 80% chances. Once you get past 30 weeks, you're at 90 to 95% chances of the baby living. And once you get to, of course, 34 weeks or something, it's 99.7% or whatever. It's a huge amount. But again, abortion that ends in the death of a baby for the life of the mother is almost never medically necessary. Almost never. There are, again, corneal implantations. There are ectopic pregnancies. These are not considered viable pregnancies because the baby will not carry to term in almost all of those instances. And the mother, those are typically not considered abortions. And the procedure that's done is not an abortion procedure. That's a surgical procedure removing typically a portion of the uterus to preserve the life of the mother because there isn't really another way to do it. That's a different issue. But in the very, very rare instances where the mother's life versus the baby's life comes into question, we do not force people to enter into a death pact for another life. The mother may choose to do that, but we don't force people to do that. We don't force people to do that now. And those can be handled in the extremely rare one-off cases that exist. Absolutely. That is not a part of this issue. And it's such a weird talking point to bring up because I can't stress just how rare baby's life versus mother's life actually is. It's doctors will go their entire OBGYN life, never encountering it. It's so rare. People bring it up because it is a valid point. It is a valid question. But again, the conflict of rights coming up, that's a place where the mother's right might trump the child's right. We don't force people to sign death pacts with their decisions, typically speaking. In fact, I can't think of anything where a court has upheld, you made this decision, now you have to die for it. Like ever. I can't think of that position. And certainly not, you made this decision, now you are forced to die on behalf of someone else. Those things just don't happen. It's not in any jurisprudence. It's a fear tactic. So that's That's my point on that. But it's an excellent question, Anne, and thank you for raising it. Okay, next. Philabooty says if slavery went to the Supreme Court, stare decisis would have upheld slavery, potentially. Yeah, well, the 13th Amendment is what changed that, right? No more slavery. Mandy says, Nick, if you won't autograph my boobs, could we compromise and have you sign my butt cheeks instead? I'll wear the Ricada Law thong from your merch shop. You'll have to ask Lady Rackets what on you I can sign. But I'm sure she'll be happy to tell you. Great US. You sent a YouTube video. Viewing for later unless you read the book. This is now my leading theory why people are retarded monkeys. You're welcome. Also, would being a judge overcome your distaste of being in a courtroom? Maybe. Just because having control over people's lives would be funny. But I don't have a desire to be a judge. Herman Armenia says, the stream is a suicide hotline with a how-to guide. I'm at step 4 of the Kurt Cobain method. Who knew that an argument of babies and uteruses would be decided not by dicks, but by eyebrows and noses? When it comes to the eyebrows versus the nose, oh, wait. There's a special portion of this. Come on. When it comes to eyebrows versus noses, the nose always wins. There you go. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. The reverb is fixed. Perfect. Herman Armenia says this is like a reverse of the 5, but instead of 3 conservatives and a conservative libertarian beating up on a token liberal, it's a bunch of dominoes aligned against a weeble and being surprised when they're on the floor and the weeble won't fall down. He also says Destiny, even though he makes me want to join the Robin Williams Club at times, tries to be consistent. Remember when he got vouched to say a black man with a gun chased by a lynch mob should surrender said gun and turn himself in just to spite Kyle? Touchdown on paper. Acquitted. Amplify the Signal says June is Chick-fil-A month. I don't know where this pride crap came from. Ooh, Spatula, drop Marbury, but amend U.S. Constitution to create third chamber of Congress. Citizen committees by sortition do judicial regulatory review and may answer court questions or strike. Possible thing. Next, SC Medic 71. Nick, you could have asked her to bring a friend, but 3-way costs extra. Okay. Roy Rat, our e-commerce clause as power vector for abortion ban. I would argue the 9th protects from such a ban. Well, I would argue the same thing, but I would humbly suggest that under Wickard versus Filborn and the dormant commerce clause and all of the commerce cases that have followed, Congress has such broad power under the commerce clause that I'm not sure what could stop it. I know it was stopped in the Obamacare decision, but in general, I mean, Commerce Clause is justified for almost everything that Congress does. So while I agree that it should protect, I don't know that the argument would be successful. SC Medics has had someone quote stare decisis to me today. They seemed upset when I countered with Plessy. Spatula, without the emanations and penumbras clause, Ty, we wouldn't have the Fed. Ooh. Rumble usernames suck says, great to see Ty on to rant about this issue and hilarious to see him thinking that you are currently on live with these dopes. Tell him to come to Matsuri so I can buy him a drink. I'll encourage him to do so. Okay. Where are we? Where did we go? All right. Shoot, where did that leave off? Here it is. Barricade. Panel was fun, but Lego said little and Space Duck Avatar was annoying. Should have been only you and Mr. Eyebrows. Good debate. Held your own. Hope to see more. By the way, if you could change the 14th, what would it say? I would clarify that the 14th does not apply to the babies of 2 parents with complete foreign allegiance that happen to be in the United States at any given moment. That's one of the things. Like when we say natural born, we actually mean something different. I would clarify that. And I would also, I would maybe clarify where personhood starts. Like what is a person under the 14th Amendment? Let's define it. Vagabond, 666 Gmail says Pisco kept mentioning the state's interest in controlling guns. Isn't the entire point of the Second Amendment that the state has an interest in restricting gun access that needs to be completely overridden? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't know if I'd word it that same way, but yeah, what you're saying is yes. As Scalia would say, we have removed this issue from democracy. That is what the amendment has done. The amendment to the Constitution says we are so protective of this thing that we are removing it from democracy. And that's what he was, Scalia made that point in regards to the Eighth Amendment, the freedom from cruel and unusual punishment. We've decided that torture and murder by the government that is cruel and unusual, whatever that meant at the time they passed it, should be removed from discussion, from democracy. And the thing that they were concerned about is, of course, that you would be able to vote in someone who would pass a law that could cruelly and unusually punish your political enemy. And more importantly, they were afraid that the other side would vote in someone who would cruelly and unusually punish you, their political enemy, right? Like, oh, sorry, you're pro-choice? Well, we got this fun thing for you. We're going to drag you across broken glass by your penis. Sorry. That's the law. That's what we got to do. They were afraid of stuff like that. The violation of political opponents in cruel ways. And so they removed that question from democracy or from the republic, however you want to word it. It doesn't matter. They removed that question from even being addressed. That was the idea of the Eighth Amendment. Is also the idea of the Second and the First, but the Supreme Court fucked it all up. Potentially Criminal says, if we're part of LawTube, are they in lawtism? Hillary Clinton, can I get a toast, please? For the past many years, lots of people close to me have died mysteriously. P.S. Can you post /RT your appearances like the debate? I post them. I tried to post them on Locals, but today I was so behind the wire that when I was actually joining the debate, I tweeted out on Twitter very briefly. But yeah, I'll see if I can get those links posted on Locals. I think the Chrissy Mayer podcast will actually come out tomorrow. We recorded it live to a live audience, but I think it's taken down and will be released tomorrow. Oh, to Hillary Clinton and all of the people who suicide themselves around her. Bleach bit. FS. Check out John Finnis and Robert George's amicus brief they filed for Dobbs. They seem to make a pretty convincing case. Fetuses should be protected on the 14th. Could be fun to look at on stream. I'll have to check it out. I'm not going to do it tonight. Obviously, it's late. Hello, Nurse Killjoy. Funny how the same people who ridiculed Kyle for fake crying on the stand are outraged people are calling Amber out for fake crying on the stand. Nimitz, you hate debates, though you're a master debater? I don't know if I'm a master debater. I'm just a snarky asshole who won't capitulate a position if I don't have to. For shame, I'd like to raise a glass to my Uncle Doug. He passed of the Wu flu, and he was the hardest man I've ever known and a highly respected tradesman. To Doug. When illness can lay low, the strongest of men. We remember their strength and never their weakness. Cheers. Johawa Al-Himar says, as an adopted person, can we get a toast against abortion? To all the adopted babies out there whose parents decided to bring them into this world even though they could not care for them, we appreciate the fact that they did and their presence here, and we hope for a more robust adoption system to accompany a reduction in abortions. May many more families find love in a child that they did not create, but chose. Cheers. Just Me says, please take Kurt with you one time just for the look on his face for law nerds. What do you mean take Kurt with me? Take Kurt with me where? Phantasmagorical says, I hope you found my video useful. I haven't watched it yet, Phantasmagorical. I didn't have any time today. I'll try and watch it tomorrow. Just Me. Kurt would be just screaming, you think. WH Asian, Destiny is stuck on stare decisis and the potential unstabilization of the court as the main reason why he thinks Roe versus Wade should not be overturned. And again, what is the I know this kind of got brought up in the debate, but what is the fear of Roe versus Wade? These people think society will collapse because they can't kill a baby. And it doesn't make sense to me. Like, what are we gonna do if women can't get abortions? I don't know. Have the babies, maybe have a birth rate that's not abysmal. Maybe get up to replacement birth rates for people who live in the country. I'm not sure. Maybe one of those things. Why don't we give it a shot and see what happens? It was, by the way, we were fine with all of this up until 1972. We were okay. Everything was going just fine without abortion. Like we were pretty good. We were Gucci. Renee Villarreal. I wish for my state to ban abortion, but did not wish my tax money to fund it in another state. Me too. I wish the people had more control of taxation because the government doesn't make money, its citizens do. If that clears up my stance any. Yes, that really does. And Renee, for me, that's why I propose a sales tax as opposed a consumption tax. I will call it a sales tax for ease, but a consumption tax is a voluntary tax system at that point, and you get to determine the level of participation in the system. I think that's the way to go. I think that helps minimize the tax implications that we have. I also think that the federal government should not be funding abortions in any way. Again, if states want to do it, that's up to states. Matthew Holloway, can I get a toast for my buddy? He got fired from his job for calling his coworker a gay slur. The F1. Cheers to greener pastures. Love your work. To Matthew Holloway's buddy, who has used the most unbreaded of faggots against someone and has been canceled and removed from his employment. May he soon find new employment and perhaps a more considered tongue, even though he should be fully free to say it. We are certainly not in this present day. Cheers, buddy. Andrew Wahoo says, balls or no balls on your hernia tester? Balls. Even if it's a woman. Just me. Last thing you want to feel during your prostate exam, both his hands on your shoulders. Colonel Sanders, save some money on CBD vape products using your nose code. Have a shekel as thanks. Thank you. One step too far. The Dr. Nugget squeeze is nothing. 12 years of Catholic school and Jedi Tabernacle apprentice time can't prepare you for it. No, not the Jedi. Youngling, turn your head turn and cough. You must. Again, you must cough. Almost there I am. Okay. Ed 2276. Could I get a toast to my parents' 62nd wedding anniversary they just had yesterday? Holy shit. Holy shit. Yoda gets the wall. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Stay a while and cough. To Ed 2276's parents, to 62 years together, an unfathomable life, truly embodying the idea that two lives become one, a new life distinct from their previous existences, and one that outlives many of us. To 62 years and to as many more as God, nature, and fate will decide to grant them. Cheers. You guys are trying to get me to break my this is only my second drink. Tell my doctor. Olaf, son of Rasmus. Ben Shabibo voice. What the fuck is the Ben Shabibo voice? Ben Shapiro. Turn your head and cough, you dirty little liberal. Now give me the feet pics. Jordan L., you only win the debate if it's terminated early. Oh, no. Brian Schlichter, dear Ricada, as a lawyer, why do you think family court is always such a nightmare for all involved? How could it be reformed? Family court is the one place where everyone involved always hates the other party. It's a mess. It's also expensive. It's prohibitively expensive for the majority of people who participate in it. And everybody resents the fact that they have to be there because they're right? Like they're right in their position. All other stuff can be resolved because it's just things. Now, obviously, people have principles that prevent them from resolving civil issues and they go to trial, but most civil issues are over things. It's over stuff. It's over stuff that doesn't matter. But family court is over one, what you did, your integrity as a marital partner, and two, the kids, and three, the dog. Right? That's the order. That's the order. It's your performance as a marital partner. It's then your kids, which are usually precious to people, obviously exceptions, but usually precious to people. And then third, it's the dog, which is one of the biggest hangups in family court outside of children. And your ability to access them. These are things that are non-negotiable factors for people. So how do you fix it? I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I think like the Minnesota system for determining child support is a good start, right? Because child support at first, and Minnesota does not have really a strong spousal support position. It's really hard to get spousal support, and we look presumptively disfavorably at spousal support. So in Minnesota, like you're not going to get like wife maintenance for most people. And if you do, it's going to be limited in scope and in time. It'll be like, okay, well, your husband made $300,000 a year. You didn't make anything because you gave up your working opportunities to support the family or support him through college or whatever. That's fine. He can pay you a stipend until you maybe complete a degree. So you get 3-4 years, like you were already on a degree and you quit it to be married. You have 2 years left. You get 2 years of spousal support so that you can finish a degree. But after that, you're on your own. And if you remarry, you're on your own. Things like that, I think, are good steps towards resolving this issue. It's also not gendered in Minnesota. Like the spousal and child support issues aren't gendered. Now, custody decisions still go predominantly towards women. That's something that will only change as judges die. And hopefully less biased judges can be elected. But I mean, those are the steps. It's degendering. It's degendering the outcomes and putting them down to math formulas and saying, no, these are the math formulas and we're inflexible on those. You make this much, you make that much. You contribute this much, you contribute that much. There you go. We've put it down to math. Now we've got a formula that produces an answer. And that answer is not dependent on gender in any particular way. That's how you start to do it. Minnesota is not perfect, before anybody misquotes me on that. But I think those are the steps we need to take. The other ones are Arizona, I believe, has done a very advanced parenting time calculus that takes into account all sorts of different parenting time arrangements at different ages. And it talks about age appropriate parenting times and separation times from custodial parents. That type of stuff is very, very helpful. Again, is it perfect? No, but we're talking about steps towards fixing something, steps towards making a better and more workable system. But all of this really boils down to two parents who will not bend. And when two parents don't bend, you're going to court and you're going to fight, and it's going to be a drag out fucking massacre. Ariane H. I had an infection in the amniotic fluid. Body pushed out the sac. Cervix closed with healthy baby inside for days. Became septic, and praise God, the doctor read my eyes and broke the sac as he checked to confirm it had already broken. Ariane H. I'm glad that the doctor either had wisdom or got lucky beyond his wisdom to bring hope. I believe the implied outcome of that is that you had a healthy baby rather than an unhealthy one, and that you are healthy after that. So thank you for sharing. Let's see what's next. Trevor R. My friend is a Notre Dame law grad, Catholic autism. The only time I won the debate is by babies have no right to life until contracted by birth certificate, and also foreigners. What say you? I think those are, I don't think that the birth certificate is a contract. The baby doesn't enter into that contract. The baby is not a party to the birth certificate. And I don't think the birth certificate confers any rights at all, personally. And also foreigners, I'm not quite sure with that, but I think that's a good trump card in general. So keep with it. If you won the debate with him, the most important part of that is you get to call him a bitch for the rest of his life. So do that. Matthew Vicari, read that one. It's happening with Harper says, between your no cars available / eat bald eagle / car chip shortage / cow rant on Monday to your hernia grabbing balls rant tonight, you're my people. Yeah, buddy. Joshua Kinney, Nick, thank you for the late night laughs. Could you please toast my finally growing the balls to get engaged and the saint who waited for me? To Joshua Kinney, who's like the Grinch's heart, whose balls grew 10 sizes recently. And he popped the question, and to the patient patron saint of patience who waited for him for as long as he or she, presumably she, did. Cheers to them, and may their new life together be one of mystery, of suspense, of adventure, of discovery, and most importantly, of companionship, as they hope to achieve some of the examples we've seen tonight: 49 years, 62 years, 25 years, all of them being noble aspirations. Cheers. All right. The end is near. Beware says, hernia, huh? Go to YouTube homepage and search bar, copy and paste Dr. Krishna Badal inguinal hernias. Just look at the thumbnail first result. Okay. Let me see what that looks like. I can't share it on stream. I already know. And when I share stuff, my fucking camera gets destroyed right now. So that's not going to happen. Let's see what we got here. Wait. Are nukes included? Probably not. Probably no one on this panel agrees that nukes are included. Oh my God. No. 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 Monkey Man, I will look at my DM on Instagram. Oh, Ariane H says, I was only 18 and a half weeks, follow up to earlier super chat. Okay, so I assume that means that you then lost the baby, but your health was preserved, which again, that is of course unfortunate, but I'm glad that you are healthy. Ryan says, keep weed illegal until all drugs are legal. I want cocaine legal, and potheads will stop fighting when weed is legal. They are famously very lazy. I don't agree with this. I think we need I don't think society is ready for all drugs to be legal. I think as a principle matter, all drugs should be legal in the long run. However, I don't think we're there. Jandon Bean Patterson, thanks for the donation. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry. Taluvian. I haven't eaten. I had one peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, peanut butter and jelly sandwich, very breaded today. That's it. I'm starving. I can't wait. When I get done with the stream, I'm going to eat. Taluvian says we need mandatory permanent prohibition from entering the U.S., automatic asylum denial, and immediate deportation when entering illegally. Die Ghostfish says Cali potheads feeling safe moving to Colorado led to commie DA dropping the murder charge on Lee Keltner's killer. Clear Antifa hit. Quarantine it. Mike Keyboard wrote this, read that one. Nico Campuzano says, how do you justify the idea of implied rights in the Constitution? I feel like it's an oxymoron due to the 10th Amendment, right? No, the implied rights are written into the Constitution in the 9th Amendment. It says that any rights, let me read the exact text. Implied rights are in here. So here's the 9th Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So there are other rights. That's enumerated in the Constitution, that there are other rights. We have to determine what those rights are, of course, but they are there. It's happening with Harper. My mother-in-law died 10 months ago from COVID complications. In my opinion, she was murdered by the hospital. If it was your mom, what would you do? Brother, for the overwhelming majority of people, it is time to make peace and move on. Medical malpractice cases, especially involving an infection like COVID, become very, very, very difficult unless you can show that the hospital had a duty or procedure, that they breached that duty, and that breach was the cause of the harm. COVID killed a lot of elderly people. It would be really, really hard to show that their breach was the cause of the death rather than COVID. If you believe truly that it was the cause of the death, then go talk to a medical malpractice attorney. You'll need the expert opinion of a doctor. You're probably going to be spending a lot of money on that case. I think for the overwhelming majority of people, especially in a situation like that, I would say follow well, never mind. But I would say let the dead rest. Let the dead rest and move on. Jacob McQuaid, a lot of people don't realize that a large majority of cases never get to trial. The best lawyers very rarely need to go in. Garrett, hey, Nick, this is my first super chat. Thank you, Garrett. I wanted your info on California Bill AB 1227. Does it count as taxing a constitutional right if they tax the FFL? I would say yes. Taxing FFLs as a state should be very much unconstitutional. Separation of powers issue, and hopefully the court would resolve that in favor of not taxing a federal thing. But more importantly, hopefully the court would find that the FFL is unconstitutional, and that all restrictions on gun ownership are unconstitutional, and a licensure is nonsense. Felwyn says, watched you and Mayor earlier. It was really good. You two should do a regular segment. Well, everybody has their own thing. Like regular segments become like how regular and where and all that stuff. I like Chrissy Mayer very much. I think she's hilarious, and I always have fun talking to her. How's that? I would love to go on her show more, and I'll have her on my show at some point because I think she's funny. Bell says, to me, it seems the government can't compel a person to sustain a life via blood, organ, marrow donation. Why should they be able to compel a woman to sustain a baby's life with her body? The reason being simply that the baby itself is a creation chosen by the mother. They made the choice to create this thing, and they don't have to undergo any special process to remove it. Like blood, marrow, and blood, marrow, or organ donations are special procedures that take something away from someone else. They're invasive, they're violative. Birth is a natural process, which is completely different from any of those things, which are all unnatural processes. So again, like, we're not asking someone to do something extra. We're asking them to just go ahead and go through with what they chose to do in the majority of instances. Again, with the natural process that will produce a baby, that will produce a birth. And hopefully, eventually, they won't have to, right? Like, hopefully, eventually, we'll be able to remove a fetus from a mother at any given point, put it in an incubation tank, and have that thing grow on its own. Like, that would be ideal. I think that would obviate most of the issues. But for now, that's all we're asking them to do, is to do what they've chosen to do. They have opted for this decision. They have affirmatively said, actually, yeah, I'm going to create a baby at this point. And then they've created it. And again, the idea is that with a blood transfusion, a marrow transfusion, or an organ transplant, the person has to do something extra to preserve something's life. For the mother, there is no extra. This is just go, like, just do. You have to actually do something extra to end a life at that point. So again, it's this idea of restriction versus compulsion. I hope that makes sense. I'm kind of tossed, but it's the idea of restriction versus compulsion. We won't compel someone to do a blood marrow transplant, but we can like, in some weird hypothetical, let's say you were giving a bone marrow or you're hooked up to a blood transfusion thing. And they say, no, this isn't even good. It's not even a good analysis or analogy. There isn't really. Again, this is the natural process. And if you just go through it, it will come out as this thing 99.9% of the time. There's no compelling from government, but compelling someone to donate bone marrow or blood or an organ is different, because now they have to violate the integrity of your body. The government is doing it. So I don't know. I hope that's stated right, but I'm getting tossed. So who knows? V-Sync says, bring Kurt on to argue Marbury versus Madison. We've already had that argument. Joshua Cornelius. Pro-abortionists free to claim Roe versus Wade is about a right to privacy, but they have no answer when asked where the right to privacy is in third trimester when Roe versus Wade allows for state regulation. Well, they also have no answer to where the right for medical privacy or bodily autonomy is in literally anybody else on the planet. So I went to my doctor today, right? And she asked me how my narcolepsy was going, right? I have Provigil for my narcolepsy. Here, I'll do it this way. I have Provigil for my narcolepsy. Oh, you can't see it, but it's got my name on it. It's a valid prescription. So here's the deal. You can't just buy this. The government will not let you just buy Provigil. Right? I have to go and get permission from my provider. And when I go to the pharmacy, because of the government, I have to present an ID and prove that I am qualified to buy this thing. Prove that I have the prescription from my doctor to buy this thing. Before COVID, I would have to bring in actually a paper prescription. I could not have them electronically transmit it. The government interfered with my medical care for something that is completely inane, for a non-narcotic drug. They interfered with it. Okay, I guess. That's just how it goes. Where's my medical autonomy? Where's my right to bodily autonomy? Where's my right to privacy? Why does the government have to know that I'm taking Provigil? Why does the government get a say in if I can take Provigil? Why are these things? The only actual medical right to privacy and autonomy was for a woman who was pregnant who also wanted to terminate the pregnancy. That's it. Everybody else's medical business is open for the government to intervene. Everywhere else, in every other circumstances, to the point where if you have a cold and you want Sudafed, you can't get it without being put on a fucking list. Think about that. If we went to put women who want an abortion on a list like Sudafed, like not even saying, by the way, with Sudafed, it's like, oh, you can buy one box every so often or whatever. Not even saying that women could only have one abortion every 12 months or something. Just putting them on a list saying, oh, you're going to get an abortion. Okay, we're going to track you. Can't do it. You can't do it, but you can do it everywhere else with every other instance. If Congress passes a law saying you can, but not with abortion. There is no real right to medical autonomy or privacy. Only women who want to end a pregnancy. That's it. That's the only people who get it. That's the only people who get it. Wolfgang Deo says, lol, Shanghai, China is rioting in their factories. It was bound to happen. I had nothing to do with it. Hope everyone's been good. More riots, please. Gab Achoud says, what about the Louisiana law that makes abortion a homicide charge? What are your thoughts on that? Again, I think that states have the right, and once Roe versus Wade is gone, states have the right to determine abortion is what it is. If you don't like it, leave Louisiana. Watch Tom McDonald's new video, The System, right now. Well, I'm not going to watch it right now. Bell, my position is that once a baby reaches time of viability, the mother should have to give birth or have a C-section to give the kid a chance at life. That's a fine position to have. Again, I'm not here to argue whether someone's position is right or wrong. People misunderstand me very, very frequently. I will tell you, and let me analogize it this way. So, my government, Minnesota, prior to Obergefell, had a dilemma. They asked the people through a ballot measure whether we should legalize gay marriage, right? Okay, here's my position. I do not believe the government should have any say in any marriage at all. In any marriage, I don't believe the government should say anything about it. I don't think the government should give a tax break for marriage. I don't think the government should recognize marriage. I think my marriage should be between me, my wife, and my tradition. That's it. That's the extent of it. I don't think that a government involvement in marriage is good. I don't think that a government recognizing my marriage makes it any more valid or less valid than my own faith. For me, it's faith. For other people, it'd be tradition, whatever. I think it's silly. Okay. But if the government asks me, how do I define marriage? I'm going to say, look, for me, marriage is between a man and a woman. That's what I'm going to say. If you're asking my opinion, that's what it is. If other people have a different opinion and their opinion outweighs mine, that's great. Go for it. But my default is I don't want the state involved in marriage at all. But if you ask me if the state's going to be involved in marriage, I'll give you my opinion on it. But I also don't believe that my opinion trumps necessarily anyone else's opinion. If more people say that marriage is between a man and a woman, also a man and a man and a woman, great, go for it. That's how state laws work, right? Like the people determine the laws that they live under. How the fuck are we supposed to do things otherwise? But I had a law school friend who was super gay, also great guy, super nice, very smart, very thoughtful. And he just could not wrap his head around that concept for me. And he called me up and he's like, "Hey, Nick, I understand that you're planning to vote against gay marriage." And I said, "Yeah, it's not really against gay marriage. It's in favor of, this is my definition of marriage. The state has asked me what it is. And so I'm going to give it to them." He's like, "But why? Why do you do that? Do you not want me to get married to my husband?" I said, No. You and your significant other are great. Super nice guys, by the way, both of them. I like them both very much. I think they're great. I hope their relationship lasts forever. But if the government's going to ask me how I define a thing, I will tell the government. But I have the most restrictive view of what marriage is. All of you godless fucking heathens out there who think you're married, I don't think you're married at all. Like, if you think that marriage is just between you and your wife, like, no, to me, like, you need God in there to be married. And like, you can disagree, and that's fine. You'll burn in the fires of hell. That's okay. I don't care about that. But to me, marriage is a very Christian tradition. And yeah, muzzies can get married too. No, fuck off. Like, look, you and your 6-year-olds can go rape a goat. I don't want to hear about it. I recognize marriage as this: man, woman, God, period. I'm ultra, mega, super conservative on the issue. I always will be. But again, I don't think the government has a single fucking say in it. So I'm on the phone with this guy explaining it to him, and he's like, "So wait, what about 2 atheists? Do you think that 2 atheists getting married is valid?" And I said, No, I think 2 atheists getting married is nothing. I don't think that there's any marriage there at all. It's something else. It's some relationship, and I wish them well. I don't think it's a marriage personally. I don't know why they fucking care what I think, though. Like, what does it matter, right? Like, what's the purpose of them saying, "Well, I really need this stupid fucking small town lawyer to determine what my marriage is"? How silly. I would never ask an atheist if my marriage was valid. It's not up to them. But what is this? Like, this is representative government, right? Like, you cast your vote, and then the government tallies the votes, and they determine whether or not a measure passes or not. And that's it. That's how it goes. What about Hindus? For real? No. But again, if you're asking me how I define marriage, it's the most ultra conservative Christian institution that exists. I know tons of people who are quote unquote married who I would say are not married at all. They have great relationships. It's wonderful. It's not my version of marriage. But no one asked me my version of marriage, and I never asked anybody else theirs. I'm sure people would think that my marriage is invalid in some way or another. And that's fine. Like, we have to be okay with this. To me, I don't get why we're not. We create the representative government that we have. And if we don't like it, you either change it or you fucking move. Right? Like, why is this hard? Why is this hard? That's me. I don't know. I'm rambling. Gunblade Knight, how are you today? Did the tornado go through your area earlier? I saw Pastor Candy. Oh, hi. I addressed this earlier. I don't know if it came through. One step too far. The epic libertarian non-ejection principle. I don't remember what that's from, but I believe you. Electric Boogaloo, thank you for the donation. Joshua Cornelius, using precedent alone as a pseudo-moral argument to squash a legal issue is the height of intellectual dishonesty. Electric Boogaloo says, like most unconstitutional laws, the side that benefits from it won't budge and dig that hole deeper. Remover in a woods, please speak to the individual right to gun ownership. There is no right to gun ownership. You should, if you have a gun, you should probably be executed. Is Drexel's marriage valid? Yes. God has ordained that Drexel is married. He talked to me specifically. Doobie McNasty says, I'm high as fuck and watching Gunt Cat speak is hilarious. I can't explain. Mary Rose Lawley, there is no constitutional right to murder. I'm so sick of it. My entire life we have been fighting this. They only want to abort unwanted babies. Crown Target, this is why you have a following and these other lawyers aren't relatively known. The nose knows the facts. Cole Roberts, Nick, you have no idea how bad LS is, buddy. What is LS? What is LS? Xena B, amen and thank you. Not applicable. Nick's kids won't become preghos. Not going to change. Hopefully not. But if, like, look, if one of my daughters happens to get pregnant, I can't imagine telling her, oh, well, you need to end that. That's going to ruin your life. I can't imagine. I can't fathom the idea of saying, well, that baby is, it's not your fault. Like, just go ahead and get rid of that. I cannot. Wrestler Town says my precious daughter should have the right to extinguish my parasite granddaughter. Iron 2. The state/federal is where I dropped out because I realized that with so many hypotheticals in this debate, didn't actually answer the debate topic. Dude, there's only one guy asking hypotheticals. Pisco was, well, hypothetically. We don't need hypotheticals to deal with this. We have real issues to deal with here. LS might mean law school. I don't know, Ali Yusuf. I thought that, but I didn't want to put words in his mouth. Kate C. Aka Snake Plushkin. Nick, their argument at its base is abortion is an acceptable form of birth control. If that's true, murdering your spouse is merely an acceptable form of divorce. David Steele, a couple weeks ago, you said Barnes was at 75% for Depp, but you were at 50% for Depp. Where do you feel Depp's chances are now? I'm still around the same. Look, there, guys, bros. I was explaining this to someone else. We have found out that I think 3 jurors are Indian, as an Asian Indian, not Native American Indian. Sniper, not hoo-hoo, right? Like sniper, not tomahawk. If that's true, Johnny Depp might be fucked. If there are 3 Indian men, Johnny Depp is fucking done. And there's no way around that. Because they're already DMing Amber Heard, right? It's already happening. They're like, listen, open Bob and Vagine. Show Vagine, sweet baby, love you. You so beautiful. Beautiful woman, beautiful girl. Open Bob. You princess, show Vagine. It's over. It's over if those men are Indian. Steppenwolf says, no, seriously, it's done. It's done. Those are Indian men. We're fucking toast. There's no way around it. It's a 100% truth. And you guys, anybody who's been online with any man of Indian descent knows Johnny Depp has no chance. Amber Heard is, her inbox is just fucking flooded. All jurors. Oh man. It's it's a fact of life. Jordan says nobody explained the stream to Tide. The man is too pure for technology. Nicholas Rames, it isn't enumerated, therefore a state issue. Oh, here we go. Ariane H. This is the explanation. Oh my goodness. I had a daughter born at 18 and a half weeks. And even though she only survived about 10 minutes, by law, she got a birth certificate, death certificate, a social security number, and had to go to a mortuary. Thank you for clarifying that, Ariane H. And I'm, though I of course am sad that that your daughter passed. I am glad that she was given the dignity of recognition that, to me, all babies deserve. And then she did go on to explain that, it was an infection issue, and that the doctor basically discovered an infection. So, Roni S, thank you for the donation. John M, the only reason I don't own a main battle tank is money. Crown Target. If this is an accurate depiction of quality that law schools are turning out these days, then times are darker than I thought. Oh, dude, lawyers are stupid. Don't listen to them. CL Hunter. Get rid of it. Roe. Give power back to individual states. Screw these federal politicians. Ev Rhodes. Nick, I can't believe you have daughters and cat noises get louder. You think abortions are bad? Cat noises keep getting louder. FP Silver. Why does Pisco look like Angry Joe? I think it's all the soy. Automata. The Last Spell is a fantastic game. That is all. I've never even heard of it. I'll have to look into it. Mostly gluten. What should the federal government be? A non-existed, B, NATO, C, EU. I think closer to the EU is the idea. The federal government should be some loose tie of alliances and agreements between sovereigns. That's what it was designed to be. We've changed that very, very much. I do not think the federal government should have anywhere near the level of control that it has. Tall Skinny Geek, if I put all my Christmas lights and fishing gear in a box and shook it hard, it would still be less tangled than that. Quantum Bits, I'm behind catching up. I wonder if these idiots will support stare decisis when this issue comes back to the Supreme Court. I bet they won't. Of course not, right? Matt Vion says The Rock and his producing partner are trying to do either a sequel to or a reboot of Big Trouble in Little China. What are the odds they fuck up either one? The odds they fuck up both of them are 100%. Big Trouble in Little China is a perfect movie, a literal perfect movie, a 10 out of 10, a 100%. It should never, ever be touched. It should not be replicated. It should not be repeated. It should be left to fucking stand on its own. And any other attempt at that movie, at capturing the magic or riding on its gunt wave, should be aborted harder than every single Nancy Pelosi baby. Fuck The Rock and anyone else who thinks that they can make Big Trouble in Little China into anything other than what it already is. It is literally perfect. There is nothing you could do to improve Big Trouble in Little China. It's impossible. It is impossible. Bill McPherson says, lunatic is arguing philosophy, not law. Like psychology, law ties to philosophy, but is a separate field. The implication is that the left wants to enshrine law as a means to indoctrinate a philosophy. Scott Bain says, cheers for disembodied Regatta. Thanks. Contrarian 420, registered hunters in only 4 U.S. states comprise the largest standing army on Earth. That's crazy. Crazy. Darkstow, sorry, the corrupt KMT socialist Dem defeat Japan, not CCP. Nebulaeus, the founding fathers would have had their own silos. Yeah, their own nuke silos. Abahein, correction. The quickening is what happens when one Highlander removes the head of another Highlander. Stop spreading misinformation. It has nothing to do with babies. P.S. Destiny is a woman's name. Michael K. paying the boomer tax for a link to that panel debate. I've shared it a couple times now. Jeffrey Fildy says, need to bury your head after I'm breaded. Don't have a pillow for a pillow fight. Remember to use promo code POSO. Potter Superwho, what do I do if my birth mom lied on my adoption? I have no idea. What'd she lie about? Ann B. Feinstein, hubby and I came to a mutual agreement. I stay up for the hardest nights. He calls me during his lunch on my hardest 3 nights. Writing issues solved. There you go, Ann. I'm glad you have solved those. I'm glad you've solved your issues. Perihelion, Nick, what the fuck? My 2-year-old has been possessed for the last week. Friday night, first night today, when she didn't wake up screaming like a demon. She's the image of a saint since morning. Even wanted to feed the dog. Why? Dude, that's how 2-year-olds are. One day it is horrifying, and the next day they are bliss. Pastor Flash, 2 mega pints a day is acceptable. Alex Maga, more than 14 a week or 4 in one day is the medicine baseline for alkies. I don't know if we're there, but we're probably close. Monkey Man says, I love the way you give tributes. I would like a tribute to Trevor Stranad, the lead vocalist of the Black Dahlia murder. He was 41 when he pasted today. Passed today? Okay, I'm not familiar with his work, but I think I can work something out. To Trevor Strand, it's got to be Strand. I think that's got to be. I think it's misspelled. To Trevor Strand, an artist, an entertainer, a vocalist, but more importantly, a friend, a companion, a person who is taken way too young at 41 years old. May his passing mark peace from his demons. May his passing bring a mourning spirit of loss to his friends and his family, because the person lost was worth losing. Cheers to him. Cheers to his friends and family. May they find peace and comfort in their days to come. Garrett. Hey, Nick, can you raise a toast to Joe Castillo? He recently passed away. He was one of the oldest gun shop owners in the Bay Area. May he rest in peace. To Joe Castillo, a man who recognized that guns are cool, guns should be sold, and capitalism is beautiful, despite all of the whining he must have endured on a daily basis. May his family reap the benefits of his business, but mourn, of course, the loss of a friend, father, and companion. Cheers. Cathothe. Swiss. Bless your giving heart, Nick. Trying to educate low IQ mouth breathers. You were doing God's work. Southern Take. You mod Kalea got you the super chat. Oh, your mod Kalea got you the super chat. Thank you, Kalea. Hey, thanks, Kalea. Cynthia. Nick, you legit just said the baby has more rights than the mother. What? No. I did not say the baby has more rights than the mother. I said that the right to life of the baby is bigger than the majority of conflicting rights that the mother has, like the right to convenience or economic opportunity or whatever weird thing you want to come up with. But again, when the life of the baby and the life of the mother come into conflict, I think in most, if not all cases, the mother's life would supersede the baby's life. That's how I think that works out. But I think the right to life is pretty fucking important. And I don't think the mother gets the right to kill that baby for her own convenience or economics or again, the overwhelming majority of reasons for abortion is birth control. It is not a conflict of rights. It is a conflict of convenience versus a right to life. And I can't, like, I don't know, like, what is, how am I not being clear here? Where am I not doing this? In almost every case, the mother's life is not in conflict with the baby's. Like in almost every one. And I personally, I can't speak for anybody else, but I'm willing to consider a conflict of rights question for the mother and the baby and defer to the mother. She is older. She would be required to sacrifice herself for the baby's life against her consent. I'm not really comfortable with requiring the sacrifice of life. I am comfortable with having someone have the repercussions of their own decisions be their financial detriment. Like I don't fucking care about your economic outcome, frankly. Oh, this baby's going to be expensive. Well, that's too bad. The baby gets to be alive. Like that's the reality. So I don't know what's confusing about that position. I don't know where I am misstating it, but that's it. Steppenwolf says Nazdravi, which I think is Polish, and I don't know what it means, but thank you. Scott Campbell, let's just call it what it is. Pro-abortion people just want the legal right to murder. The power is intoxicating. Vernon Copeland, lefties won't be happy till they can abort at 225 months. Lol. Not all people are moral. Joel Reese, what about the case of Nick versus Millennia? Tough one. God, I really need to play Elden Ring, but we're at 5 hours tonight already. I can't do it. Matches burn. It's 2025. Trump is back in office. Sotomayor resigns in protest. Trump offers to nominate you to the Supreme Court somehow. Do you accept? Oh, yes. Immediately and without hesitation. Would I be on the Supreme Court? Yeah. Do you want me as a district court judge? No. I mean, I don't know about that. But Supreme Court? Let me ruin every law school. Let me ruin every law school person ever. I'll write a dissenting opinion in every case, even ones I disagree with. Let me be a Supreme Court justice. I will make this country fucking real again. Yeah, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Marmer 132, can I get a toast to the patient whose manhood I had to carry to the lab for disposal? This toast will be given in silence out of respect for disposed manhood. Fuck. Ali Youssef, Nick, besides the obvious Second Amendment and abortion issues, what do you think would be the most impactful / laws generating SCOTUS issues / cases under a truly conservative Chief Justice? I think overturn the most laws-worthy and impactful SCOTUS issue that they could come up with would be an overturning of the idea of birthright citizenship. Right? The idea that if you are born in the United States, you automatically are granted citizenship. So the reason this comes up is the idea of what are colloquially and derogatorily called anchor babies. So let's say mom is from Nicaragua and she travels up through Mexico, right? And she crosses illegally into the United States while nine months pregnant. Right when she gets into Arizona or New Mexico or Texas or whatever, she spits out a baby. That's a citizen of the United States. That is not the intent of the 14th Amendment, but it is the current reading of the 14th Amendment. And I think if they removed that, you would have never seen, like, you think Roe versus Wade is bad. Roe versus Wade is bad. You have not even come close to seeing real meltdown. That would be, look, and I don't even know if I agree with that outcome in principle. Like I think it probably is right, but man, it doesn't matter. It would be a catastrophic meltdown. Oh, dude. Oh my God. I want it. I want to see it just because of how mad it would make everybody. Good Lord. That'd be the one. That'd be the one that would outdo everything. Cynthia, is it possible, Nick, that your experience with lady rackets and babies unborn has made you not objective? First of all, let me go ahead and reject your premise immediately. There is no duty to be objective in any of this. Our laws are not objective. Like the application of the laws are certainly objective, right? Like once a law is set, they should be objectively applied without bias or discrimination towards any person. But the setting of the laws is not objective. I approach the abortion issue from a pro-life perspective. That is, by the way, I've held that perspective for long before I even met Lady Rackets. So no. But would that make me not objective? No. I have no desire to be objective. I don't find value in objectivity on this issue. In the same way that I don't find value in objectivity on the gun issue. In the same way that I don't find value in objectivity on speech. So, no. That our history of unborn babies has not made me somehow unobjective. I am unobjective from jump. And anyone who tells you I'm going to objectively look at the abortion issue is lying to you. Anyone who tells you they're going to objectively look at any complex, impactful, and important legal issue is similarly lying. So that's my perspective on it. And I think we need to all stop pretending towards this notion of objectivity. And we need to stop pretending that objectivity is virtuous in any fucking capacity. Objectivity is useful sort of in journalism, but the most important issue is transparency. Transparency of bias, which I will wear my biases on my sleeve. I'll wear it on my chest. I'll wear it on my dick, whatever you need, wherever you're looking. I will wear that. I will wear those biases and tell you proudly what they are, because that is much more important than some feigned objectivity. Marmer 132 says patient should have stayed clean down there. Fuck. Guys, wash your balls. Wash your room, clean your balls. Matches burn. Give us this day our daily unbreaded. Peter Watkins. No one needs an AR and high capacity magazines. Just buy a shotgun. Biden. Shotguns aren't military weapons. Ty. Me laughing as I clean my 12 gauge AR with 20 round drum. Emperor Creatine. Stay clean down there. The patient should. Necessary it is for hernia test. Jonah Callahassan. Hey, Nick, pro-abortion people always use the rape excuse to justify abortion. Why then do they vote for people who try to let them back into the streets? I don't know. Rael, would be funny if the Supreme Court said, due to the leftist intimidation, we have chosen to instead make abortion federally illegal. We will not be intimidated. I don't think they will. I don't think they will at all, because that's, again, they're going to kick it back to the states, and that's where it belongs. Ariane H, I was only 18 and a half weeks. Follow up to earlier super chat. Yes, thank you so much for sharing your story. Scott Campbell, can I get a toast to my kid's stepdad? He's a good guy and treated my kids well. He also saved me $8,000 a year in alimony over the last 10 years. Cheers to Mark. Cheers to Mark. And the $80,000 man, the man who did the one thing we all would hope in the situation that Scott Campbell found himself in, is that when someone else is in charge of your kids, whether it's stepdad, whether it's babysitter, whether it's school, whether it's anything, that they treat your children well. To the $80,000 man, cheers. Ann Feinstein, hubby and I came to an agreement. I read that one. ST Alex 46 and 2. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Greg UW. Could the 13th be used as used to ban tax as effective slavery? No. No, you don't even have the right to sue the government over taxes because they're applied to everybody. everybody, even though everybody doesn't pay. He also sent that in a super chat. Happy. I bet Johnny Depp ex Ellen Barkin will say he beat her too. We'll see. Ariane H says, Arian H says, Arian like vegetarian. Thank you, Arian. Sorry, I'm calling you Ariane. I have a relative named Ariana. So, Arian. Junebug, what about them Japanese? Look, I have one thing to say about Japan. A third nuke might do us some good at this point. You got panties vending machines. You've got otaku running the world. You've got sumo wrestlers being respected in spite of their fucking obese fatness. Japan is a disaster. And you've got hentai and futa. I mean, and have you ever seen a Japanese porn? The woman just lays there crying the entire time. Can we stop this country from existing? Again, a third nuke is not out of the question. That's my views on Japan. And Feinstein says, what about Jews? Our vows were before God. Yeah, no, I'm okay with Jews getting married. But look, here's the idea, right? Like you, me, and God makes three. My views on marriage should not have any impact on you and your views on marriage. Personally. Ever. Like, I'm not here to validate or invalidate your marriage, and you can't validate or invalidate mine. And why we let other people speak into this sacred part of our lives is beyond me. Nova, I completely agree as an atheist. Marriage should be up to the church. If they want to deny me, then so be it. Right, Nova, and you should be able, as an atheist, to form a social club, right? Like that, because if you don't believe in God, like I'm going to assume you don't respect any sovereignty of the church, which is fine and perfectly valid. That's not a slight, by the way. You should be able to form a social club, which would be to you as an atheist at the same value as a church, and say, I want my social club to recognize my marriage. That's how it should be. Marriage should be open to literally. This would have solved, by the way, the gay marriage thing, interracial marriages, all marriages could have been solved immediately by just saying the state say, fuck it, we're not involved in marriage ever again because we don't belong in it. The state has no say in what relationships people have. Polygamists, fuck all the weird, like, sister wives you want. I don't care. Like, do you guys care? Like, I don't want polygamy. I think polygamy is a path to destruction. But do you guys care if some guy's fucking like 8 broads or some chick is porking like 9 dudes? Like, no, of course we don't. Who cares? Like, oh, I'm married to all of them in spirit. Go for it. I think you're on a path to destruction. Have your simp squad rise up if they can without some soylent. But like, I'm not here to stop anybody. I'll make fun of them. I'll ridicule them, but I'm not here to stop people. Okay, next. Zen's way. I think marriage is valid as long as government is not involved, whoever it is. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, when government's not involved, anybody defines their own marriage however they want, and that's fine by me. I don't have to recognize it, like, because there's nothing for me to recognize at all, and my opinion becomes irrelevant immediately. Crusader says, those who put the milk before the cereal, they are the infidels, the enemies of Allah, and the allies of the Jew. Todd Sullivan, Fairfax County, Virginia is really progressive. It is. Samurai Knight, how is the left for abortion? Aren't they all for squatter rights to give free stuff to those who need it? They're the perfect group to show for. Zayden Gaming, this super chat isn't letting me type anything. The admin at theunbreaded.com email address now works. I'll get any website ideas together that don't suck if anyone wants to submit suggestions. JM, pro A's, anti-A's want to control women's reproduction. That's the only possible reason they have bailed after 2 minutes of the BS. You don't have to agree, but when life starts is the only question. Thomas Finton, building up on that SCOTUS member racket scenario, imagine during your congressional hearing / struggle session, they ask you about unbreaded. How would you proceed? I would read all 803 pages into the record uncensored. Nick writing unbreaded dissents. Yes, please. I would say, okay, you have to understand this is the ballad of Matthew Harris. This is death sentences. Let me tell you about and then you start dropping the hard R's. Radio ruin. Can the Supreme Court overturn the Hart-Celler Act? In theory, yes. Arian H. God did bless me with a rainbow baby. Shouldn't have favorites, but he is of my 6. Probably because he was most definitely our last. Hubby snipped and me 75% empty. Oh, well, I'm glad that you have a final. And the babies are always the favorites, no matter how hard you try the opposite, right? Like, they're the last one. You're like, you're so much funnier than the rest of them. But you try not to. You're like, no, I like the rest of you too. But have you seen the little one? They're fucking hilarious. And I don't care, especially when you get to 6, right? Like, for me, it's 5, obviously. You don't care what they do at all anymore. You're like, how can you be bad? You're funny. No, I get you. Junebug says Japan or Australia. Well, Japan's real, Australia's fake. Japan just needs to be turned into a crater. Happy says, what is Bob and Vagine? Explain, please. Nick, cheers. Bob is tits and Vagine is vagina. And Indian men in look, one Indian man, it's like, what is it? Like in Plessy versus Ferguson, right? This is the train car issue. One drop of black blood was enough to make a person black, even if they otherwise appeared white. It didn't matter what the attenuation, it didn't matter what the percentages were. One drop of black blood in the history was sufficient to make a person black under Plessy versus Ferguson. Okay. One Indian man in any online community is enough to make every presumptive female in that community receive a DM that says, translated, please show me your tits and vagina. But it's open Bob show vagine. That's how it's pronounced. That's the technical Indian term. So one Indian man in any online community. Cynthia's like saying, don't do this. Don't do this, Nick. No. Look, I have to spread the truth. This is part, like, people know my Australia position, that Australia isn't real. They don't know that India is also not real. All of your tech support actually comes from an American state where these people talk with funny accents on purpose to throw you off. But India is similarly not real, and it can't be real. India can't be real, because if you're in any internet community, no matter how big, one Indian man dropped in is the poison pill. It is the pill that taints the liquid. All of it is done. Every woman who like has a female profile picture or a female name, they will all get DMs. It's a math formula on how fast the Indian man can type them, and it's very fast. It is a lifetime experience of typing up things for Microsoft. So he will Bob and Vagine, Bob and Vagine, Bob and Vagine, Bob and Vagine. That's how it goes. And women in online communities know this. They know it's true. They don't want to admit it because they're like, oh God, maybe like I want to pretend that it's not real, but it's real. It's real. It's math. It's 100% of the time. Okay. Crusader says they call it a sacred temple of democracy, but really it's just a Mason lodge with better furniture and even uglier women. Thomas Fenton, Nick should be called Chief Justice Unbreaded. Like Chief Justice Learned Hand, right? Like I'll go by a different name. I'll take that. Next. Daniel Erler, can we get a toast for Cynthia's wretched spawn? Come on now. No. Come on. Cynthia, whatever Cynthia's disagreements with me are, Cynthia is, I can tell. Cynthia is a mom who cares very, very deeply about her daughter. Disagreements aside, I would never doubt Cynthia's intentions or integrity, no matter how much I might disagree with her conclusions. And I will simp on the altar of Cynthia's motherhood, even if I disagree with it, because that's America, baby. We get to disagree with how people do things, and that's okay. So I do not I do not. I don't want to like, I'm not here to insult her kids or her mothering in any way. Forever cursed to wander unloved through the world, familiar as it is barren as the womb itself. I don't think that's true. I think Cynthia's child will be a wonderful, wonderful person raised by a caring mother. And I hope nothing but the best for that child. Tortheo says Australia is not real, but neither is Canada. Well, Canada is real, but it's just a pretend. Daniel Erler says, will you at least call her fat? Oh yeah, Cynthia, you need to lose like 35 pounds immediately. Tortheo, Sika Lother, India owes its existence to the British, not real. Samuel Williams, the founding father, says Indian dot or feather. We're talking dots here, buddy. We are talking dots. Shane Roberts, hi Nick, thanks for the entertainment while I'm at work. Barnes mentioned you on Viva's show a couple days ago, saying Nick streaming 27 hours a day must be on some of Amber's nose candy. Love you, brother. God bless Robert Barnes. What a champion of the little guy, right? The Nicky Rackets. My favorite things are gone, says big fan, bud, coming in late. But do you have any examples from the Amber Turd case that shows proof of her lying that will come up in cross exams? Look, I'm not the guy to know. Like, I do not know the deep lore. I think her sexual assault story is new. It is not included in her UK testimony or her early witness statements. So she's going to have a lot to justify there. Her story about Johnny Depp pushing Kate Moss, that is a lie, apparently. And her story about him going after her sister Whitney appears to be a provable lie. And Whitney's friend has written a letter in the previous case stating that that it was not true. So we'll see what happens with that. Scuba Dan, I backpacked in India and that happened to me a couple of times. Have room, sleep alone. Indian men be wildin', sending good vibes from Israel. Thank you, Scuba Dan. And Junebug says Australia or Germany. Again, Australia is fake. Germany is real. But that being said, Germans are fucking strange, man. They're weird. They're a weird lot. They've elected Angela Merkel. They're strange people. Like Oktoberfest. Roy Rat, for the defense and wargamer types out there, look up Belt Road Initiative versus Blue Dot Initiative, and you'll see what is going on at the geopolitical level with Stan and China. Okay, that's it. That's the show. We're done. We're done. Cynthia says, I'm good mom, bitches. That's what I said. That's what I said. At 128 pounds. Yeah, I said you need to lose 35 pounds. That's still true, Cynthia. Come on. You know this. You know this. All right, guys. I love you all. It is 4:20. Blaze up in the morning. It is time for me to go to bed. Australia or Siberia? Siberia is real. Again, Australia is not, but Siberia is hilarious because it's the most depressing place on the fucking planet. It is time to go to bed. Well, actually, I'm going to eat something and then go to bed. No, I will not be doing Twitch tonight. It's far too late. You guys keep me here so long. I don't know what to do with you. I just hope, beyond hope, that every show brings you enjoyment and comfort in these times of very breaded fucking pussies, and you get to experience some fun and some levity and some relaxation for just a few fucking minutes in this painful ass world. And we will do it all again tomorrow, noon tomorrow, as Heel versus Babyface, my channel, painting. And holy fuck, my painting station is a disaster. My wife took all of my paintbrushes. I don't know what I'm going to do, but we're going to figure it out. We'll see you guys there. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubroy, spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.